All right, City on the Hill, welcome and good morning. Before we open up our legislative session, we're going to have a closing message from our Bible teacher this week. And so we've got about 15, 20 minutes that I'd like you to have your notebooks out, notes ready to take, and then we will get into the legislative session. So if we could have your attention, I want to welcome up Mr. John England.
Everyone looks very sharp today, ladies and gentlemen, as always. Tablecloths look perfect, all of the American flags, the colors of our country. Just a true blessing to be here. Now, this morning, I want to have you focus. You don't have your Bibles, maybe you do, but if you do, you can turn to John 17. But if not, all you have to do is look at the cover of your notebook. The world. Do this. You can see that it is referencing John 17. The world. In it, but not of it. And I want to have you consider with me this morning what Jesus was praying for his disciples. Because it would be his prayer for you and I today. Because we are indeed his disciples as well. Let me open in prayer before we start. Father, just take these few moments as we begin our day to center us on your word. And we thank you that your word is truth. So what we're going to look at is absolute truth. It contains your absolute promises, contains your encouragement, contains your commands that we can trust in, that we can obey. So God, to that end, may you be our teacher today in these few moments together. And I ask it in the precious name of our Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Let me read Jesus' high priestly prayer, and this is just a section of it, but this is the prayer that he is praying the night before his crucifixion. And he's praying for his disciples. And I'm going to start in verse 14 and read through verse 21. And actually, I'll go ahead and start in verse 13. It's kind of within the context. And again, Jesus is speaking to God the Father in a prayer for his disciples. But now I come to you, Father, and these things I speak in the world so that they, he's referring to the disciples, may have my joy made full in themselves. And I've given them your word, and the world has hated them because they are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. I do not ask you to take them out of the world, but to keep them from the evil one. They are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. Sanctify them in the truth. Your word is truth. As you sent me into the world, I also have sent them into the world. For their sakes, I sanctify myself, that they themselves may also be sanctified in truth. I do not ask on behalf of these alone, but for those who believe in me through their word, that they may all be one, even as you, Father, are in me and I in you. And they also may be in us, so that the world may believe that you sent me. Interesting to note that Jesus did say that his disciples were not of the world as he was not of the world. And the same is true with you and I. Coming to Christ, we are taken out of the earthly realm, the prison created by our sin and fallen nature. We're literally crucified with Christ, as we've looked in Galatians. And that power of the world has no more hold over us. Not the way it did. Present, yes. Power, gone. Jesus rose from the grave. Victory over sin, over death, for eternity. And you and I likewise, identified in Christ, have the same thing. So he makes a statement in this prayer to God to remind you and I that we are not of this world. Its values, what it sees important, what it worships, is not what we're about. So that's one truth as he begins this prayer. But then he says, I'm not asking you, Father, to take them out of the world itself, but I want you to protect them from the evil one. Jesus very clearly in that prayer states that his purpose for you and I as disciples is to be sent into the world. The world that we're not a part of, but the world that we've been rescued from, but the world that he now wants to send us back into. And because he's going to send us into the world with a very specific mission, which he goes on to elaborate in these verses, he says, protect them from the evil one. And you know, as well as I do, that we face the constant presence of the spiritual enemy, Satan, that will stop at nothing to try to hinder us, confuse us, create doubt, create anger, create frustration. He can bring even things like construction projects into our world to try to get us off track. So this morning, I want you to know that what Jesus prayed for the disciples, in that prayer, he's praying for you and I today. Do you know he's your intercessor now? He's in heaven interceding for you and I, it says. He goes right to God the Father and says, Father God, on behalf of you and I, just protect them from the evil one. Give them strength and victory. Remind them of the armor of God that they have, that they can put on and be victorious. Remind them of the sword of the Spirit that they can hold in their hand to actually strike a blow against that enemy, the father of lies. Protect them from the evil one. And then, this is the part that talks about the Great Commission. And he says this, as you've sent me, this is verse 18, as you've sent me into the world, I also have sent them into the world. And I don't ask on behalf of these alone, but for those who believe in me through your word, your life. Jesus is sending you and I into the world for the sake of those who still don't know him. You are ambassadors. You are witnesses. You are authorized, empowered in the truth and the name of the one name that is above all other names, the Lord Jesus Christ. So today, as you go forward, as you go out, you go in the one name that is above all other names. And you're going with a very specific mission to pass on what took you out of the world, the truth that took you out of the world of darkness and death and into eternal light and life. He's sending you back into the world for those that still need to hear. And what an incredible opportunity for each of you as you go forward in your lives. And I'm talking about your entire life. I've told you this, I'll say it again. There's no greater joy that God has given me in my life where I feel I am living the Christian life at a level and a place that is like no other. And that's when I'm in a conversation with a non-believer. And God is opening the door for me to share the truth of the gospel, the good news, to someone who needs to hear it. And I can guarantee you that'll be the same for you. Even if they don't accept, you're sowing seeds. You're doing what God would want you to do. So He's going to continue to pray for victory for you and protection over the evil one. And He wants to remind you and I that He hasn't taken us out of the world to put us on the USS United States as a luxury liner. He says, no, I've sent you back into the world for a mission, to go reach the people that still need to hear that I'm going at, that I want to have come to me. And then finally in verse 21, he really brings it home. Father, that they may all be one, even as you, Father, and I in me, and I in you, that they also may be in us, so that the world may believe that you sent me. That's his prayer for you and I, that we will understand and embrace and go forward with the mission that we have. And you have it and I have it. And there's no greater mission in all the world and beyond. Because I pray that this doesn't define your mission. What defines your mission is what will take place when you go out. And you'll continue to go out. And Jesus would just simply remind you, don't forget, there will never be a step you take that you're not going under my authority and my victory. Stay humble. Stay to task. And don't forget yourself. Don't forget, He's given us one another as the church, as fellow believers, to strengthen and encourage one another. So it's exciting to see you guys sitting side by side in this process. And my prayer, your leader's prayer, mirrors what Jesus prayed for his disciples. Go forward. Don't lose heart. Persevere when it gets tough. Know that you've got a God that will lift you up when you're down. Will stay with you. There's nothing you can do to get him surprised, off track, or out of answers. He's good to lean on. He's good to depend on. And go share him with those people that know him. God bless you, and let's have a great, great day.
Thank you, John. Mr. England, sorry, Mr. England. All right, we are going to start the legislative session, but beforehand, I have several housekeeping things to go over with you before we call up the speaker and the parliamentarian. I want to remind everyone that we are representing Christ, even if we're playing the game as a more progressive, something that you don't believe and you're arguing for it. As we've discussed this week, it's important to know what you believe and why you believe it, and we want to expose you to all of the arguments on these issues. Staff is here to help you. If you have a question, you can go back and speak with staff. A couple of other things. You do not need to go through the chair if you need to use the restroom, so you can just get up and go. If you need to use the restroom. It's going to be a long day. And I know some of you are going to get bored and tired, and usually every year I can say that often several staff members fall asleep in the back because we've been up, well, I don't, but some of them do. We have been up all night, so I get it. You guys have really had very little sleep. But I want you to stay seated unless you're in the restroom. If you need to take notes in order to keep yourself up, we need you to do that. We will release you for lunch. After session, announce that the Rules Committee, a request to switch parties was given to the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee voted, and we are allowing the switching of the members who requested it. Right now, everyone's going to stay seated, but after the first caucus, party leaders will move the people to the correct side of their party. Floor movement, I'm going to remind you, only the whips walk around the floor. I will also say, other people have gotten up, and it's the chairs to control the floor with the parliamentarian. No hats, no gum. I'm going to, with staff here in a few minutes, as the speaker comes up, hand out your constituency reports. I know it was a little confusing tomorrow. So your constituency reports, you will have a number, you will vote on every single bill, okay? So if your constituency says vote yes, and you vote yes, you get a +1 point because you're voting with your constituency. If your constituency report says yes, and you're voting no, maybe it's because you've been whipped, whatever it is, that's a -1. That's Assemblyman, that's a -1. So your entire sheet by the end of the day should be filled out. The only exception to these are the bills City on the Hill assigned you. So if we gave you AB 2223 to support and your constituency says to vote no, you must support it and take the -point. So the 3 bills where you're told to vote are the bills that you guys are sponsoring, because that's your bill, obviously you're voting for it, no matter what your constituency says, and same with the bills that you're killing. So any questions in general about that, Assemblyman? We're going to stand up still even though we're not in formal session. In order to communicate, you can use the whip, you can pass notes as long as it's not disruptive, because in general session you're able to kind of get up and walk around and talk to your colleagues. Just sitting on the Hill, we kind of keep you guys right here in session. And I just want to talk about something that I've been thinking about as Mr. England has been bringing the message, and we've talked a lot this week about Mr. Peterson, the dean here of public policy, when he spoke to you, talking about calling and purpose and mission. And anyone that knows me or hears me speak knows that I had a wake-up call during COVID, even though I was already doing this, and that my verse, I believe, to live out the last decade of my activism, and I am getting that old, is from Esther 4:14, and so I want to have you guys have this today, because everything that's been talked about is in Esther 4:14, and so I want to read this, and sorry because I am old. And okay, for if you remain completely silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise from another place, but you, speaking to you, and your Father's house will perish. Yet who knows whether you have come to this kingdom for such a time as this. Your purpose and calling may not be politics, but he has a calling on your life. He's not waiting for you to turn 18 or 22. He has plans for each and every one of you. And we want you to leave this conference knowing that, praying about that, meditating on it, and don't miss your calling. I feel like when this happened in COVID, it was like, oh Lord, you've really woken me up to this. Mr. Peterson talked about how 9/11 totally changed his life. You guys lived through COVID. They talked about your generation and what you face. Use that, whether it's to go on the mission field, stay-at-home mom, legislator, policymaker, and I want you guys today to have fun, because I know you're tense. I know it is, because I would have actually had I would have called my mom the first day of camp and had her come get me and take me home. And that may be hard for you to believe, but that is what I would have done in high school. So I'm very, very, very proud of you, impressed with the work you guys have put in this week. And because we are live streaming, at times I will come up and explain some things to the public. So sit with me. I'm going to call the speaker and the parliamentarian up As I do that, we're going to pass out constituency reports, and at some point we'll address them again. There will be time to answer the woman. Yes, quietly, but not the guy across the room or the third row, because we don't want it to be disruptive. And there are many of you that this is your first year, and it's you guys that are returning students, you remember it was intense and you're nervous, and we want to minimize the distraction. So at this point, if there's no other housekeeping question, Mrs. Fote.
The seats around last night. I'm wondering if everyone can just check their notebook to make sure they have their own notebook and not somebody else's, and then you can let us know and I'll help you bring it to the correct person. So just check real quick, please, so everyone has theirs.
Are you ready to call it to order?
One more announcement, y'all. Eyes up here. One more announcement. There's some construction that's currently going on. Mrs. Fote is talking with the university to try and get it stopped or decreased. As you guys are aware, the noise yesterday was a lot. If we're not able to do that, we're going to have to ask you guys to speak up, to try to make yourself as audible as possible, given the fact that there's unfortunately some construction going on. So please speak into a mic if you can, or speak up if you're not at a mic. Thank you.
Okay. The meeting of the 38th Assembly of the Great City on the Hill will come to order. Mr. Seeley will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Mr. England will come up and do the invocation. Mr. Souls will come up and do the invocation.
Would you bow your heads with me? Heavenly Father, we gather here today, and we are thankful for this opportunity, Lord, to learn more about how to be a legislator. Father, how to glorify you in the realm of public policy. We thank you for every single one of these kids here, Lord. We thank you that they are fearfully and wonderfully made in your image, Lord. We thank you that many of them, Lord willing, all of them are saved, have a saving relationship with you, Jesus. And I pray that you would just give us a special blessing upon today, Lord, that you would let things run smoothly, Father, that you would calm nerves, and Lord, that you would let the ultimate motivation of today to be to glorify you, that you would let it be a day of training, that we may be sent out into the world to glorify your name wherever you might take us, Lord, individually. So, Father, please help us. Please be with us and bless us today, Lord. We pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. The Lieutenant Governor will call the roll. Madam Lieutenant Governor, the roll being called.
Mr. Luna. No, just say present. Oh, present. Miss Cummings. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Song. Mr. Stewart. Miss Stevens. Mr. Zamorano. Mr. Hagberg. Mr. Leslie. Miss Kim. Miss Navarro. Mr. Martinez, T. Mr. Morial. Mr. Martinson. Mr. Lee. Mr. O'Neill LeCoux. Mr. Cha. Miss Sanchez. Mr. Heasty. Mr. S. Hagberg. Miss Morial. Mr. K. Martinez. Mr. Lee.
Present.
Miss England. Mr. Seeley.
Roll. Madam Lieutenant Governor, the roll being called, there are 25 members present. A majority vote will consist of 13 members. 2/3 vote will consist of 17 members. Thank you, Madam Lieutenant Governor. We'll move to the business of the day. Today we'll consider 25 bills. Please refer your agenda and keep track of when your bills are up. We'll hear bill number 1100 first, followed by bill 1441. If the bill sponsor and the bill opponents would please approach to the microphones. Those in favor will go to the microphones to the here. Okay. To the right of me, to the left. And those in opposition will go here. So would the sponsors and the opposition of AB 1100 please come up to the front.
Mr. Luna, please hand me your bill real quick. Yes, that's perfect. Okay. And then Assembly Bill 1100 is a bill concerning firearms transfer. It is an act to amend sections 27.510 and 29.182 of the Penal Code relating to firearms. Section 1, beginning of section 1, end of section 4. You may begin.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor and Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Chase Luna. This bill regarding the sale, transfer, or supply or delivery of a firearm to any person under the age of 21. However, this bill does not apply/affect the supplying, delivery, or giving possession of a firearm that is not a handgun to a person 18 years of age or older. And you may ask, why should I support this bill? This bill would require the applicant to be at least 21 years of age for any firearm, which reduces the risks of suicides, shootings, and murder. Studies have shown that the human brain is much more mature than the mind of an 18-year-old. It's more mature at 21. This bill would also impose a state-mandated local program that would help people who are interested in firearms to go through a safe training program so that they may be responsible with firearms. This bill was also presented as a method to further strengthen California's already stringent gun laws, aiming to further reduce gun violence and improve community safety. This bill would limit the purchase of firearms to one per month, which would make it significantly harder to mass collect guns for individuals' ideas or operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The opposition, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Seeley. I'm here in opposition of AB 1100 because I do believe that our 18-year-olds and new adults are responsible, do have the responsibility to handle firearms. I mean, we do give responsibilities to 16-year-olds such as driving cars, and driving cars has a lot higher death rates and injury rates than handling firearms. So if we can give these responsibilities to those younger than us, I believe that firearms should be given to the hands of our capable voters. I personally do love shooting. With my family, it's a good recreational thing to do, and I've had many bonds over this activity. And I do think that this bill would, limit these bonds and these enjoyable memories that I've had with my family. Not to mention, I don't believe that this law limiting 18-year-olds from getting these firearms will necessarily reduce the deaths of anybody, because if you're a criminal, you're going to do criminal activities. That includes getting a hold of guns illegally. It's not like a criminal is going to legally purchase a gun to go commit a crime. If it's illegal, they're going to still do it anyways. And that is all I have to say on this matter.
Thank you. The other opposition, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hasty here. I'm in opposition of AB 1100 because it infringes on the Second Amendment. If a military man could buy guns, but a civilian cannot, that goes directly against the Second Amendment because it was created so civilians can defend themselves if the government becomes tyrant. In 2022, the Ninth Circuit found the ban of 18 to 20-year-olds likely unconstitutional, and it was later struck down. It is a blanket ban. You can't limit buying guns to everybody. There have to be certain circumstances, and you can't only limit it on military members, or let military members do it and limit civilians. The Ninth Circuit takes precedence over this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Luna, you may have your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna. To respond to your statement about the military and the civilians, the difference between having guns, the military, they have guns and they have supervisors that oversee all the soldiers, and so if there is a shooting, it will be dealt with very quickly, and they use that to defend our country. Rather than civilians, they could use it for harm to hurt somebody much easier than a military personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will take questions and discussions from the floor. Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to state that this bill does not mean military members on base. It means any military member that is actively enlisted, but they could be on break and purchase a gun and be in their home.
Thank you. Anybody else? Since there's no more discussion, now we'll move on to a vote. All those who are in favor of this bill, please say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, please say nay. Nay. The nays have it. We'll call a 3-minute recess after this bill.
Piece of housekeeping, please. I would ask the two party leaders to come to the dais, please.
I'm not addressing the students, so you can listen to your party leaders. I'm addressing the live feed, so when you guys are moving, are they? Yeah. So this is for the live feed, because I do see people are watching, so it's really exciting, and you guys are doing great. I'm not talking to you. You can see at City on the Hill that we've got some amazing, even from the first debate, amazing young future leaders. And you'll see we have Mrs. Clement, who's a parliamentarian. So they've been learning about parliamentary procedure. You guys can start moving. Yeah, you guys can do what the leaders can do what we just said. So what took place yesterday is we had some people switch parties. And so right now they're rearranging the floor. We had the majority party lose some members to the minority party. And so now the parties are a little bit different. So they're switching just like in real life. The leaders and the speaker tell them where to sit, and so that's what they're doing. Couple of things. Extend some grace. This is the first time we've been live feeding City on the Hill and the youth, and we just want to showcase the amazing students that are going to be leaders of tomorrow. Couple of firsts that happened. City on the Hill is 38 years old, or this is our 38th year, and the only year we missed was 1 year at COVID. We've had a lot of firsts. There's always something that's a first time at City on the Hill. And so after 38 years, there were a few firsts this year that I want to talk about. We had a student from Oklahoma. That's a first. So we have students from California, Oklahoma, Idaho, and several from Tennessee, which has been fun. This is the first year where we have had a Korean caucus. And we've enjoyed that. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Clement, a caucus is something, it's a group of people like-minded that's made up with a common goal. It's somewhat unofficial, like the Republicans and the Democrats caucus. At City on the Hill, the Patriots and the Constitutionalist caucus. In Sacramento, we have a Hispanic caucus, Black caucus, LGBTQ caucus. We've had a small business caucus before. At City on the Hill, we've had a girls caucus before, but today, this time was the very first Korean caucus with 5 Korean students, 6. So anyway, good job, you guys. And the other thing that this was a first, and those of you that are parents watching online with your students when they come home, these kids are given money to spend, just like in real politics. They get a per diem, and then each party gets money, and they get to spend it. For the first time ever, one party showed up here and immediately bought all of the receptions that we allow them to have, which is 3. And so when the other party came to the leadership saying, we would like to have a party, a reception, we'd like you to be at it, Governor England, we had to say no. The other party bought all 3, which was a very strategic move, and it was a first, and it was really good because they got to host parties with extra food and extra time with leadership, and the other side was unable to host any parties because the limit was 3. So they also learn a lot about strategy throughout the week, as well as worldview, the legislative process, etc. So I'm going to turn it over to the chairman and the parliamentarian.
Are the parties correct now?
Okay, now we'll resume session. Would the sponsors for AB 1441 please come up to the podium, and the opposition may also come up. Madam Lieutenant Governor, please read Bill number 1441.
Assembly Bill 1441 concerns animal cruelty. It's Section 1, beginning of Section 1 through end of Section 2.
You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Cummings. I support Bill AB 1441, stating that a person should not otherwise alter that cat's toes, claws, or paws to prevent them from functioning normally. A cat is a living creature, and living creatures feel pain, and humans shouldn't be able to dictate the livelihood of animals, specifically cats. Now imagine getting your fingernails ripped out. That is what it would feel like to the cat getting declawed. I urge my fellow colleagues to vote for this bill and join me in taking a stand against animal cruelty.
Thank you. The opposition, you may begin.
Assemblywoman Sanchez in opposition of AB 1441. I would like to state that this is only for domestic cats, no exotic cats such as tigers, lions, etc. Also, cat owners do have the right to take care of their animals as they see fit, so if they have to declaw the cat, they can. Also, they could be declawing the cat for safety reasons, such as like if the cat scratched one of the family members, like child or something like that. That's why I think we should keep it, and that's why I oppose the bill.
Thank you. The second opposition may begin his response.
Thank you. Assemblyman O'Neill Q here. I affirm everything my colleague just said. As stated, this bill does not affect domestic cat. This bill would amend to domestic cats. Does not affect domestic or non-native cat species. Those cat species are the ones that are in danger of being declawing. It infringes upon the personal liberty of pet owners in the United States, that they have the right to do what they want with their pets, just like any other pet species. So I would say that this is why I would oppose this bill.
Thank you. The bill sponsor may begin her rebuttal.
No comment.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move on to the discussion of AB 1441 from the Assembly. Seeing there is no discussion, we will now move on to voting. All those who are in favor of this bill, please say aye. Those who oppose, please say nay. Nay. The nays have it. We will now hear AB 7, followed by AB 418. Would the bill sponsors for AB 7 and the opposition please come up? Madam Lieutenant Governor, please read Bill number AB7.
AB7 is a bill for interscholastic athletics dealing with high school baseball safety.
You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Peterson here with Bill AB7. This bill is regarding the safety of high school baseball players. This bill's main goal was to ban the use of non-wooden bats during both practice and competitive games at all California high schools, public and private. This bill improves player safety by requiring protective headgear to prevent any serious head injuries to any players. It raises awareness about the risks of sport-related injuries, especially concussions.
Opposition, you may begin your argument.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Song. So first of all, I would like to say that at the start of the season, there are liability forms that the athletes are required to sign, and they recognize that there could be a cause of injury or death or other severe effects on their body, which they need to recognize, and it's up to them if they want to participate in the sport or not. And also, once the pitchers reach the level of the game at high school or college level, they know to protect their body, and they're alert for like the ball after it's hit. And also, the protective headgear that is like optional for people, for pitchers in the MLB, not many people wear it because they think it looks ugly, and like it affects their like game because it makes the pitch slower. Thank you.
Yeah, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblywoman Navarro. I believe that this bill is not a good option because metal and non-metal bats metal bats are very innovative, and as a lot of things have changed over the years, baseball equipment has evolved, and in order to make the sport better and easier on the players. I feel that if we were to change back to wooden bats, this would cause the rest of all of the innovative gear to be also set back and make it harder for the players to play. The bill mentions a tragic accident that happened to a high school student where he was injured with hit with a ball, but it was with a ball, not with a metal bat. So I don't believe that it has anything to do with that it was a metal bat and not a wooden one, because I do believe that it would be the same thing could have happened with a wooden bat. I don't think that there is enough funding either for players to be provided with wooden bats, as they have already been using metal ones, and they might not have enough money to pay out of pocket. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. The bill support can make their rebuttal.
Regarding the use of wooden and metal baseball bats, it's shown through extensive research that metal baseball bats are shown to go over 30 miles per hour faster whenever they hit a ball than compared to wooden baseball bats. So it'd be way more likely for a player to be injured with a metal baseball bat than a wooden one. And regarding the funding, the school should be willing to spend enough to make sure it can keep their players safe.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to discussion of AB7. For those in the floor who would want to discuss, please stand. Yes, Assemblyman Moriel.
Please project.
Assemblyman Moriel, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Assemblyman Song.
Yes.
How tall are these players in motion?
Yeah, you may respond.
I'd say they're around the eight tall. Yeah.
Thank you.
Around here, yeah.
Thank you.
On average, thank you.
Assemblyman Leslie. respond.
I was not aware of that, but like, aren't trees able to grow? So we like plant more trees to replace those trees.
Thank you. Mr. Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, point of information, are we allowed to amend these bills?
You may not.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Assemblyman Martinez, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You say to just plant trees in case you cut them down. Trees take many years to grow, and we want cutting one down takes maybe minutes.
Thank you. Assemblyman S. Hagberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman S. Egbert. I call to question.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Now we'll move on to vote for a call to question. All those who are in favor to call the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay. The ayes have it. Now we'll move on to vote for AB 7. Those who are in favor of this bill, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
Division has been called. Those who are in favor, please rise. The nays have it. The bill. Oh, there's more. The nays have it. Bill fails. Now we will hear bill number AB 418. Follow, yes. Okay. Okay. All those who are in favor of AB 7, please rise. Bill passes. Yes.
Assemblywoman Mario, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Mario was unable to call that because she did not vote for the side that won. And as it says in the rules, someone who voted for the side that won.
Is that true?
As a parliamentarian, I'll rule on that. Assemblywoman Morial did not call for reconsideration, which would in fact require her to have voted in the opposite way. She appealed the ruling of the chair.
Okay, now we'll hear AB 418 followed by AB 3026. Will the bill supporters and the opposition please come up?
Thank you, Mr. Song. Assembly Bill 418 is healthcare coverage pertaining to prescription hormone therapy and non-discrimination. Section 1, beginning, through section 9M.
You may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Song. So this bill is on healthcare coverage, prescription hormone therapy, and non-discrimination. So what does this bill do? It's a new law that improves access to hormone therapy and protects against discrimination in health insurance. And once after the bill is signed, it requires insurance plans and Medi-Cal to cover a full 12-month supply of hormone medications in one fill. This makes it easier for people to access the care they need, and it is it's also illegal for insurers to deny access and deny coverage or treat people unfairly based on their sexual identity, sex characteristics, and gender identity. And why should someone support this bill? It improves the access to care By allowing a 12-month supply of hormone therapy, it makes it easier for people in rural or undeserved areas to access essential medication without frequent visits. And number 2, it protects against discrimination. The bill strengthens legal protection for people who have faced discrimination in healthcare because of their gender identity, sex characteristics, or being intersex, helping ensure fair and equal treatment for all. This bill makes this type of discrimination a criminal offense, which helps ensure that everyone is treated equally. And this bill also promotes health equity and mental wellness. And as studies have shown that uninterrupted access to gender-affirming care improves mental health, reduces anxiety, and lowers suicide risk. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition, you may begin your response.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Assemblyman Martinez. This bill can cause trouble for the naturally born women in medical systems and records. The trouble will arise due to the attempting to change the gender that they are already recognized as. This could disrupt records and criminal investigations that are currently ongoing by changing evidence, such as sex, which has been key identifier in most cases. If a detective was playing chess, it would be hard to win if your queen turned into a king in the final moves. Additionally, this could drive costs of premiums, making medical care more expensive. That considering guaranteeing a 12-month supply of a possibly unsafe drugs, as critics say, may bring down the drive-out supplies.
Thank you. The second opposition, you may go ahead.
I stand in opposition just to potentially harmful drugs that could change them in a life-changing way.
Thank you. Mr. Song, you may have your rebuttal.
Alright, so the hormone therapy is optional, so if the person does not want to take it, it's up to them, and they recognize in the liability forms that they could feel like hurt, and they could have discomforts with the medication, which is up to the person to decide.
Thank you. Now we will move on to discussion of AB 418. Yes, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. Point of information. As Noah Song has switched parties to the Constitutionalist Party, is his bill in favor of ours?
Mr. Song it is still his bill, regardless of what party he is in. Does that clarify your question, Mr. Stewart?
So does, would, if his bill passes, would it go towards the Patriot Party or the Constitutionalist Party?
There will be a 1-minute recess. We call to order. We'll resume the assembly.
To clarify, Mr. Song is now a member of the Constitutionalist Party. It is now a Constitutionalist.
Is there any other discussion on this bill? Mr. Luna. You may respond.
The children should first ask to their parents first and have a discussion and then make their decision.
Thank you. Any other discussions? Seeing there's no other discussions, we will move on to voting of AB 418. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Can the ayes please stand up? The ayes have it. The bill passes.
Hey, can I get you guys, I need you to really project when you're asking a question. It may sound like you're talking too loud, but we need you to project because we don't have a microphone on you, please.
And for the purpose, project towards the camera, if you could. Would that be best?
Yeah, towards this camera.
Okay.
Okay, now, Ms. Moriel? Yes, you may. Now we will be reading AB 3026, followed by AB 2969. Those the support and the opposition, please come up to the front.
Assembly Bill 3026 is a bill concerning concealed carry licenses for firearms, Section 1 beginning through Section 5.
You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. This bill, Assembly Bill number 3026, is related to firearms and concealed carry licenses. So, this bill would help define, or I'm going to help define what good cause is for the applicants of these licenses. So, number one, in which human life is threatened? I've got a little story here from NBC News about the Taiwanese church shooting. A man named David Chu was upset about political tensions between China and Taiwan. He locked down the church using chains to hold the doors closed, then he cemented the locks so they couldn't be opened. After 5 attempts at murder, the pastor intervened and was killed. The man was detained, but this is just one example in which human life is threatened when there's no person with a firearm present. Number 2, self-defense. You have the right to defend yourself according to California law in case of a threat or perceived threat. This means that you can use a firearm to defend yourself if the amount of force you use is proportionate to the perceived threat. Number 3, defending the life of another. In the case of defending another person, in the situation of a shooting, stabbing, or other thing, or other attack, it's allowed. But without people who have their CCW license, there wouldn't be a firearm present, which in this case would conclude in the death of a fellow statesman. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition, you may begin your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hagberg. I stand in opposition to the amendments to this bill, because that is what we're discussing. The act to amend sections 26150 and 26155, as well as 26202. These amendments add more words and make it less specific and ambiguous. The bill uses words like good moral character and good cause with no section to determine what that entails. This could lead to a dangerous situation, as one sheriff's judgment on good morals and good character could lead to many people being armed disturbers of the peace, where before they could not obtain firearms. The amendments in this bill, all they really do is they add a lot of words and remove all specific parts of the bill, making it so that almost anyone can get a firearm. Thank you.
Thank you. The second opposition, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Song. I rise in opposition to the bill itself as it keeps the system confusing and unequal. In the bill, it says there is unfair inconsistency between counties of the state. So if you get, you might get approved for a gun in one county for the same reason you would get denied the gun in another county, which isn't fair. And this bill wouldn't fix it. And also, this bill would lead to more guns in public without the strong safeguards. And as it is easier to access without improved training standards, mental health checks, or safe storage rules. So this bill would lead to more permits issued with fewer guardrails. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart, you may begin your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Stewart. So, in response to my colleagues, basically what Mr. Hegberg said was that he doesn't want to oppose this bill because there's too many amendments, and so to me that kind of sounds like he just had a lack of homework, and he doesn't want to get into it. So, and then in response to my other opposing colleague, it does actually talk about how in other states there would be sheriffs and specific tests and special ways to test how if you're good.
We will now move on to voting. Those who are in favor of AB 3026, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Now we will be reading AB 2969, followed by AB 1955. Those who, the support and the opposition, please come up to the front.
Assembly Bill 2969 it adds to government code relating to LGBT Pride Month.
Okay, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Stevens. The LGBTQIA+ is the biggest growing movement in American history. This bill would honor a person's status during the month of June. Quite frankly, the LGBTQIA community is a minority. Another thing is love is love. According to your religion, Christianity, God calls the Christians to love their enemies. Another thing he talks about is how he loves his enemies no matter what choices or decisions she makes. The LGBTQIA community has contributed tons of diversity to our current day's culture. Because of this, and because of their contributions to our society, they deserve to be recognized by what pronouns feel like fits or suits them. You see, Pride Month is a super important month for all LGBTQIA to express and show the community who they really are. This is why we should have the governor announce Pride Month several times during the month of June. So vote yes on Bill 2969.
Thank you. Opposition, you may begin.
Thank you, Chair Assemblywoman Sanchez. I would also like to state that this bill is for the governor to proclaim on the first day of June that it's Pride Month. Also to affirm every Pride parade that's going to be status. Also, Pride is a sin already, so why are we going to celebrate a sin? Also, why do we need a whole month for it? It's not necessary, especially since they already have a day. And then there's a lot of, in the Pride parades, there is a lot of children attending, and there's also a lot of inappropriate behavior taking place at the parades. And then I'd like to pass it on to my colleague.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Kim, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Kim. I stand in opposition of AB 2969 because governors are forced to support Pride if we pass this bill. So those who are opposing Pride do not have pride do not have the chance to stand with their beliefs because it is a bill. And additionally, through you to my colleague, why are we celebrating an organization that has not really sacrificed anything like their lives for our country? And why are we dedicating the whole month to them when there are also people or veterans who have passed away in World War I or World War II? They do not have a full-on month that is dedicated to their sacrifice. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Stevens, you may begin your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Stevens. I would like to say, if you don't want your children to be learning inappropriate behaviors from the Pride parades, don't bring your children to them. Secondly, it's not fair that Christians have their holidays like Christmas and Easter to support their Christian beliefs and things. And I feel like Pride Month is just a month to just let people express who they really are. And yeah.
Thank you. Now we'll open the floor for discussion. Yes, Mr. E. Haber. Please view the camera. Okay, thank you. You may respond to the question. Or either side could answer the question. You want to answer? Yes. Okay.
So the bill is 2 sentences long. So the first sentence is for the governor to proclaim it as June, and the second sentence is about the parade and things that are taking place during Pride Month. So yes, it's both.
Thank you. Yes, Assemblyman T. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Martinez. Through you to my colleague, Ms. Sanchez. You said that there was inappropriate behavior being shown at these Pride parades. Do you have any specific examples?
You may respond.
I will not share what will be taking place because I think we all know already. So if you don't know, you could always look it up yourself.
Thank you. Assemblyman Leslie.
Comment that I've seen communities bond during Pride festivals, and people will even drive hours out of their county to another to come to these Pride festivals. This is a place where a minority can come together and find support within their community and celebrate diversity. And I feel like this is something that should be recognized and should be allowed, because I feel like every community would fall apart if they were not supported. And this community definitely needs our support because they are diverse and they care about others.
Thank you. Yes, Assemblywoman Kim.
I'd like to respond to Assemblyman Leslie's statement. There are other communities that could be celebrated. It does not necessarily have to be LGBTQIA Pride. I understand that it does unite different communities together, but there are other minorities that could be celebrated instead of Pride. And additionally, I would like to point out that although there are Christian holidays or Christmas and Easter, like different times where we celebrate Christian-themed celebrations, it has been heavily taken out of the Christian themes. Christmas has been taken over by Santa Claus, and Easter is more focused on the Easter Bunny and things like that. So it's not necessarily super Christian based. So I'd like to point that out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing there is no further discussion, we will now move on to voting. Those who are in favor of AB 2969, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
Those who are in favor, please rise. The nays have it. We will now hear AB 1955, followed by AB 665. Will the support and the opposition please come up to the front?
AB 1955 supports academic futures and educators for today's Youth Act. Section 1, beginning, through section 7.
Mr. Zamorano, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Zamorano. This bill makes it so schools are not required to disclose the sexual orientation of its pupils unless otherwise required by law or with the consent of said pupil. This also stops discrimination against LGBTQ students and further enhances the resources that the Department of Education already has to help and counsel the youth that are identifying as LGBTQ. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition, you may begin.
Assemblyman LeCoux here. So this bill also requires the State Department of Education to develop resources and update existing resources for LGBTQ support. And I would ask why in a state where many schools already have trouble with funding for basic needs such as education and other infrastructure, why are we taking more strain and more money to support something which is not responsibility of the Department of Education? The Department of Education should be focused on teaching only necessary subjects such as history and basic education to prepare students. It should not be involved in teaching political and sexual doctrine. Also, I would argue that if I was sending my kid to school, I would not want the school my child from me, and it is a violation of the rights of the parent to not be able to hear stuff that may concern the student. And I would add on that the only situation where the school should be keeping stuff about the student from the parent is if the parent is abusive, but that should be a thorough investigation by outside sources like the state. Thank you.
Thank you. The second opposition, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Moriel, I agree with my colleague, and I just also wanted to add on to that, the LGBTQ ideology is a very harmful kind of ideology. This is just, if you look at what it actually does, if people actually participate in these kinds of actions, it harms them for life, and they're at such an age that they're not even allowed to make a decision to have a tattoo legally. So why would they be allowed to have surgeries that they may never be able to return back from? And also, there's a study that shows that the brain development is not fully, like a child's brain has not been developed until they're actually past 18. I believe it is, they're in their early 20s. And so they wouldn't be able to make such decisions quite yet. These are such huge decisions, they shouldn't need more time. And then for the harmful, if a parent is abusive or anything like that, that should be brought to the police department and then helped through in that way, and not and the teacher should not be keeping anything from the parents. But if it is a case that they are being abusive, then that needs to be brought to law enforcement and other agencies.
Mr. Zamorano, your response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Zamorano. The bill actually says nothing about surgeries being provided or surgeries being funded for LGBTQ students. The only thing that is being provided for them are updated resources for them so they feel less discriminated against. And you talked about the parental rights of the rights of the parents. But in Section 1 of the California's Constitution, it talks about the right of privacy, which also applies to minors. And in 2014, NG versus Supreme Court also reaffirmed that which it was about a school student who was being discriminated against, and they didn't want to tell their mom or dad that they were LGBTQ, and the Supreme Court ruled in their favor, which is similar to this. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now open the floor for discussion. Ms. Moriel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblywoman Moriel. I just want, so if this is promoting updated materials and such, my point was, I might have misspoken before, I apologize, that if you promote such materials and if you are bringing it up so much of the time, for example, Pride Month, as we were discussing earlier, these kids are going to get it into their heads, and they're going to be encouraged so much in this way that it's actually uncool to not be in the LGBTQ community. And such a harmful community should not be encouraged in such a way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Zamorano. Again, the bill says nothing about pushing the LGBTQ agenda in the face of the pupils. All it talks about is for the students who are already LGBTQ, it's just more support and more support for them so that they feel more welcome in their community, because right now LGBTQ is the minority, which means there's less of them, which is prone to discrimination when you're a minority. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussions? Mr. Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Zamorano. I would also like to add that when students have the freedom to tell their parents when they come out as LGBTQ on their own, when they can make that decision on their own, it lowers the rate of suicide and depression, which is very helpful for our youth, especially because anxiety and suicide rates are rising with the new generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move on to voting of this bill. Those who are in support of AB 1955, please say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, please say nay. Nay. Ayes have it. Now a division has been called. Those who are in favor, please rise. The ayes have it. Now we will move on to 1 minute recess.
I'm going to use this recess just to talk to the people watching live feed. We are a Christian Youth Leadership Conference, but as you see, we're arguing both sides of the issue. So when they come to camp, we have patriots and constitutionalists representing a progressive point of view and a conservative point of view. So most of these students, or at least half of them, are arguing bills they don't agree with. And the perfect time to really illustrate that is the gentleman just now that was supporting this progressive bill. His grandfather is actually one of the founders 28 years ago of City on the Hill. So although he argued effectively, and you might think he's more of a progressive, he's not. We just want these kids to know both sides of an issue, know what they believe and why they believe it. So I just want to make that clear that this is a Christian conservative youth leadership camp. another address to the live feed. If you guys have questions, because I know a lot of you are parents that are watching, you can text me the questions, and as they call recess or a caucus, I'll get up here and try and answer the questions as you're watching this live stream. So my cell phone number is 775-737-6616. Please do not call me, as I'm a little bit busy today, but if you've got questions, I want to make sure you understand what's going on. So again, thank you. 775-737-6616.
Did that work? Yes, thank you. My parents, they were
Meetings in order. We will now hear bill number AB 665, followed by AB 320. Will the support and the opposition please come up to the front?
Assembly Bill 665 amends, repeals, and adds to Section 6924 of the Family Code. It concerns minors' consent to mental health services. The bill runs from the beginning of Section 1 through the end of Section end of Section 1.
You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman E. Hagberg here. This bill and its amendments would allow children 12 and up, if deemed mature, to be able to consent to mental health services like therapy, counseling, and other forms of outpatient treatment. And this would be done without the parents' consent because of possible social stigma and emotional and physical abuse. It would also give these services to those freely because at the age of 12 you can't pay for this stuff in general, and confidentiality would be maintained to avoid the physical and mental possible abuse. In essence, AB 665 and its amendments aim to define and remove barriers to mental health care for minors by allowing them to access services based foremost on maturity and need, rather than being subject to potential and possibly abusing consent requirements in all cases. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. So, this bill pushes a transgender ideology and limits the rights of parents. Children are not developed enough to make decisions. Parents are not abusing them, they're simply being parents. Parents are supposed to guide and raise their children until they can support themselves and are fully developed enough to make their own decisions. Parents don't want their children making decisions that they have no clue about that they will regret in the future. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, although the brain stops growing in size by early adolescence, the teen years are all about fine-tuning how the brain works. The brain finishes developing and maturing in the mid to late 20s, end quote. Taking away parents' or guardians' say is not ethical or safe. This so-called abuse that is brought up in the bill is nothing other than the parents instructing their kids as they're supposed to do. Thank you.
You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with everything Assemblyman Stewart said, and I also want to add that this bill, Assembly Bill 665, will weaken the parental rights, and it will also limit the parental involvement of the choices that the parents make will not be heard, which means that parents' rights are limited. And also, I want to add that the therapists or the people who are counseling the children might overstep into the children's boundary and pop their little bubbles, which is not very good for the children, and this could lead to a lot of unnecessary information being leaked to the therapist. Also, I want to add that government might replace the parents with, if I explain this, so the parents have less rights, which means that government is controlling the children. And if the government controls the children, then it becomes an oppressive power, and we do not want that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. E. Hagberg, you may begin your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hagberg, in regards to what my colleague Mr. C. Lee said, it does not replace the government does not replace parents. It just helps the children to find help they need, outpatient service not within the government, but people who are hired and who their jobs are not to overstep the boundaries that Mr. Stewart said that they may overstep. Also, Mr. Stewart mentioned much about how the therapist would overstep their boundaries and leak important information, and that therapist jobs are to do the complete opposite, to remain confidential. So this bill would help them. And also, another thing Mr. Stewart elaborated on is that it was just parenting, but in many circumstances, parents will withhold the mental health they need, that the children need, because they don't personally support what they're trying to say. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for discussion. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart, in regards to what my colleague was saying, and in regards to his rebuttal, he mentioned, I'd like to read a part of the bill. It says, after consulting with the minor, it determines that the involvement would be inappropriate. I'll start a little further back. For other purposes, existing law requires the involvement of the parent or guardian unless the professional person or counselor who's treating or counseling the minor after consulting with the minor determines that the involvement would be inappropriate. So if this bill is passed, it would essentially say that the counselor could say that they could take away the parents' rights and say the parents cannot be involved in their child, the child's decisions. And in regards to his second thing, he mentioned that something about leaking information about the counselors were leaking information, and I'm not sure what that has to do with the bill, but I don't remember saying that.
Thank you. Ms. Kim.
Through you to my colleague, if there was something bad if something bad happens to the child, if they decide to choose something for themselves, who would be protecting the child?
You may respond.
There are services for abuse in place already, and those services would be used in those cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morio. You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hager. These services are only used if the child is deemed mature and the situation is necessary. It's not like every single 12 and up child is allowed to ask for these services. It's only in very particular circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez.
Are the counselors, are they going to have like bias? Let's say a child comes in and they're thinking about transitioning. Would they have a counselor that's like an actual transgender person, or would they have like a Christian counselor? How would that work?
You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hayward. The counselors and therapists would remain unbiased, as the bill states. They would be there for the best interest of the child and the child alone, working them through their own feelings to a decision in themselves, not anything towards any ideology. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. I have a question to my colleague, Assemblyman Hager, for you. You said not every 12-year-old can get these services, and it's only the ones that are deemed ready and mature. Can you elaborate on that? Like, what is the bill's definition of ready and mature for a 12-year-old?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hager. Mature is deemed in the bill as someone who is mentally capable of deciding for themselves, as determined by several tests. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Heasty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Heasty here. Through you to my colleague, have you ever met a mature 12-year-old?
You may answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hayward. Yes, I have many.
Yes.
I call this question.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those who are in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay. The ayes have it. Now we will move to vote on Assembly Bill 665. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, please come up and assume the position of chair pro temp.
Next, we will hear bill number 320. With the support, please come up here to this side and the opposition on this side.
Assembly Bill 320 deals with public university student health centers, medication abortion readiness, abortion by medication techniques, college student health center sexual and reproductive health preparation fund.
You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Aaron Leslie. SB 320 will require public universities to provide abortion by medication services in their on-campus health centers. These services are beneficial, safe, and affordable. Currently, some students do not have access to reproductive services within their city, county, or even geographical area. Many women with an unexpected pregnancy thrust upon them are unable to spend the hours traveling to the nearest clinic required to get an abortion. By providing abortion services on campus, an estimated 400,000 women will be empowered to complete their degree without hindrance. To keep the aforementioned services affordable and accessible, the abortion services provided will be abortion by medication only. These low-cost drugs have been found by the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine to be as safe as any other over-the-counter medication. The cost of these drugs can also be covered by Medi-Cal or other state insurance programs. To remove any financial burden on the universities themselves, a $200,000 grant will be provided to cover the cost of updating existing facilities, training existing staff, and gathering necessary resources. By voting for this bill, you are empowering women to take back control of their dreams and future and enable them to become strong, independent members of society. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblywoman Moriel. So this bill is, can I just say, not affordable. It says that it would cost $9,600,000 in private monies and available. It is made available to the fund in a timely manner, and that is lots of money towards something that should not need to be done in the first place. If people were really determined to focus on their studies, as you're saying, and they may not have the time to travel to a clinic, they would be focusing on their studies and not taking risks. They wouldn't. They would be spending their time studying. And to have a clinic on school campus, that would be lots of extra funds to devote towards something, and not putting those funds towards education, I believe would also be a mistake. If it's a school, it's for education. It's not for convenience. And this would, yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Chao.
Please fix the mic.
So, just to me, having abortion on school campuses makes no sense. It's like when you're in elementary school, you're going to your school nurse and asking for surgery. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I don't understand how you're going to offer abortion safely on a university campus and still keep this college students' mental health into consideration, because abortion is not a simple process, and last thing a college student needs is abortion. Thank you.
You may have your rebuttal time.
I would like to say that this is a safe service. The abortion by medication, the medication pill, will induce a miscarriage, which also happens naturally. There is no complications associated with it. Also, it will not cost a lot of money because this is medication. It is a low-cost drug, and it's not going to require training like a surgeon or anything. All we need is for medical staff to know how to administer the drugs and various things like that. But also addressing the $9.6 million, that is not exactly what it would cost. The $9.6 million is a prerequisite for this bill to be enacted in the first place. If by January 1st, 2026, $9.6 million is found to be unused within the Education Services Department, that will be devoted towards this bill. I would also like to point out, share with you a story so that you guys can understand the impact that this bill will have. Back in 2016, my Aunt Andrea was going for a law degree at Harvard University. Due to an unexpected pregnancy, she ended up dropping out to take care of the child because she was not able to find an abortion service within her area. After dropping out, she worked as a general manager at Kentucky Fried Chicken until she was shot with a stolen handgun during a mass shooting that happened in the same mall. This crisis and the loss of my family member would have been averted if she had been able to complete her degree, in which she would have moved to Miami to continue to practice law. But because of the failure on the campus's part to provide these abortion services, my aunt was brutally murdered, and we can all trace it back to the fact that SB 320 was not available to her back then. So in memory of my Aunt Andrea, I would say, would you please vote for this bill? Thank you.
Okay, is there any discussion on the floor? Ms. Morial, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Morial. Okay. So, this is encouraging abortion, which, let's acknowledge it, it is murder. It is a baby inside the womb, and the heartbeat happens at such a young age. Forgive me, I don't remember the exact date right now of when the heart starts to beat. But it's not only murdering the child within, it's also unsafe for the mother. It can cause several other complications that I won't go into detail, but it can cause miscarriages later if she may actually want to keep the baby in the future. And then I think this argument sounds slightly familiar from last year. Through Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, is this another dead uncle story, but in the form of an aunt this time? Thank you.
You may answer if you wish.
How dare you! Assemblywoman Morial attacking my personal family in front of the entire assembly. I am enraged by this act of hatred towards the opposing party. I would also like to say that my Aunt Andrea is extremely disrespected by my colleagues' unprofessional behavior right now. And I would like to move that merely because of this, you all should vote for me because of the disrespect your own party has shown.
Mr. Hasty, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to my esteemed colleague, is it true that last night you told me you were making up a story about your aunt? And also, why were you laughing if she truly did pass away? Okay, I'm sorry for your loss, but I find it highly unlikely that she did.
Assemblyman Leslie, you may answer if you wish.
So right now, I am overcome with emotion. And sometimes when I know I'm not the only one that does this, but sometimes when I'm really saddened by something, it may seem like I'm laughing because my face will kind of bunch up and everything, and you might mistake that. But also, I do believe this argument sounds familiar. My colleague last year did bring up a similar opposition. He was he believed that I was making up a story when I was indeed not. I would appreciate it if you would keep all slanderous comments to yourself and not in front of the assembly.
Assembly Member Hegberg, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman S. Hegberg here. I have a question directed through you to my esteemed colleague, not about his aunt. You said, while presenting this bill, that this unexpected pregnancy was thrust upon these women. My question is, correct me if I'm wrong, in order to have a pregnancy, does it not take two consenting adults willingly having a child or doing an act of which creates a child? Exactly, how is it unexpected and how exactly is it unexpectedly thrust upon them?
You may answer, Mr. Leslie.
Very carefully.
So, the action of basically the actions that can lead to an unexpected pregnancy do not always lead to pregnancies. So it is possible that that they would become pregnant, or if they had taken contraceptives and those wore off or did not work, then they may have accidentally become pregnant.
Assemblyman O'Neill Lacour, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague through you. I would ask that why are we diverting money and essential resources away from other essential medical needs towards something that is not a necessary life-saving medical procedure? Thank you.
You may answer, Mr. Leslie.
As I have mentioned before, this is a life-saving procedure. It could have saved the life of my aunt. Also, this is not diverting. It is merely, as I said before, if we do have $9.6 million left over, then this would be enacted. So we are not diverting funds. We are merely using funds that otherwise would not have been used.
Assemblywoman England, you may speak.
Second.
We will now move to a vote on call to question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the nays? The ayes have it. The motion passes.
Aye.
The nays have it. If you support the bill, please stand. You may sit. If you oppose the bill, please stand. The nays have it. The motion passes. The bill fails. Assemblyman Jaley.
We will now hear Assembly Bill 717, followed by Assembly Bill 957. Will the support please come up and opposition to sing? Mr. Eastie? 5 minutes recess. Meeting recess.
It's as real as my back last year.
This is not a life-saving procedure. It is a murderous procedure. You
so
sinner.
It is a life-saving procedure because it's like the fetus does not actually become alive until after it's born. Okay, because like if it's like just one cell, how is that any different? Like a skin cell.
It's not one cell. It is millions of cells.
Guys, let's take into the fact that he doesn't actually support this bill. Okay? He's only doing it because he's trying to play the role as his party. Okay? I hear not one person in here actually supports abortion, so it's fine. Okay?
That's a very rare circumstance, like 1% circumstances.
Well, those 1% really don't really exist because, like, when you never hear of a pregnancy actually being raised.
No, it's not like that. Like, I know some people that if they did get pregnant, they die. Like, if they did give birth. But it's still. Wait, oh, really? I'm glad you're here. Constitutionalist?
Are we actually just getting this?
We're not getting desperate. I wrote that up last
I think you might be related to
So
Teddy.
we are desperate.
No, it would be a funny not to last.
But we are desperate right now.
I think it's related to Teddy. You have like,
Okay,
attached, we have one really long
we
hair.
aren't like crawling on our hands and knees.
Hey, guys,
desperate, but we are desperate.
Really?
I have a problem with Josiah Moria. Where is he?
Downstairs, and he wouldn't give me candy.
What? Don't sister?
Let's go grab Josiah Moria.
I will.
Okay, to our viewers, keep watching. This will be going on all day. Right now, they are caucusing. I have a feeling that some people want to some people Okay, I just want to fill you in on what the students are doing. So they have called a caucus, which can be called by the party leader, and I'm not in the caucus because I'm the governor. I have a feeling I'm not lying? Okay, the producer is in my ear. The students, I have a feeling that they're trying to overthrow someone, and so they're meeting as a caucus to decide their next shenanigans. So I'm going to give my cell phone number out for those of you that have questions about what's going on when it's going on. My cell phone is 775-737-6616. Feel free to text myself, or a lot of you have Mrs. Foat's cell phone as well, and we can explain the process as you see what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Producer. We can put the still screen up. Oh, you're not talking to us. Well, that would be fine.
is in order.
Assembly Bill 717 is it concerns sales and use taxes and exemptions for diapers, Section 1 through Section 3.
You may begin.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor and Mr. Chair, Assemblywoman Kim. AB 717, in short, states that all taxes imposed by the gross receipts from the sale of diapers designed for use by infants and toddlers designated size 3 or under are to be exempted. Now, diapers are a necessity for babies, and they require up to 12 changes a day. And baby formula is actually exempt from sales tax, but diapers are also a necessity for babies every single day. And up to 2 years and a half, which is usually when babies are still within the size 3 diapers, families will have to pay a total of $3,839 dollars on diapers, including $260 spent on sales tax. And for low-income families, they must pay $1,336 for the 2.5 years a baby is within the size 3 range of diapers, including $100 that is spent on the sales tax. And according to National Institute of Health, 40% of women committing abortions do so due to financial reasons and struggles. And so annually, 930,160 babies are aborted, and almost half are being murdered due to financial struggles, or in specific, 372,064 babies die because of financial struggles, and within these financial struggles, diaper costs may also be included. But however, if taxes were to be exempted, up to $250 would be saved for the family, which could be used for the child in other ways. It could be invested or saved for the child so that the child could be supported in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, this bill attempted to remove the sales tax on toddler diapers up to size 3. However, this bill would negatively affect local government revenues. It is also unnecessary to remove the sales tax on diapers because the extra change is so small that it would hardly affect people. Mathematically wise, this bill would only save the individual $100 annually. While I can understand that this could be a burden to single parents, mathematically it hurts the state/government more than the individual. An estimated government loss would be $46.7 million annually. Why would we specifically choose diapers as a target for this as well? Why not other baby care, baby things? Diapers, the sales tax is just so minute, it doesn't matter. And this bill would also support the rich. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Martinson, please respond.
Well, I do not think that this bill is very chill, because it will also, taking away the sales tax will also add to general tax, adding up money, which would be also adding onto the money spent by the victims. And around only $100 is spent per year. So about $200 to $300 is all extra per child. Also, you can make these at home. Just wash the diaper after you use it. It's like a do-it-yourself project, so yeah.
Thank you. Order. Assemblywoman Kim, please respond with your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblywoman Kim. So taxes could be taken or could be gathered from other sources. So already the government is gaining a lot of taxes from other places like amusement parks and other sources. It doesn't really necessarily have to be from diapers. And although you mentioned that the amount of money that's spent on taxes on diapers is very minute, that amount of money could be saved or invested for the child's future. And so that $100 could be invested for
well, who knows, like maybe the child's tuition, that gathers even more for the child. And although the taxes might be like affecting other items, I don't think that would be a huge issue. And additionally, what Assemblyman Martinson said, reusing diapers, like that's totally fine. Like you don't need to pay for diapers. Like who said you needed to pay for diapers? It's just saying that for those who need to purchase diapers, this tax reduction could really really support low-income families or families who just don't feel like they're very financially strong enough to support their child. Thank you.
Thank you. Due to popular request, we will limit discussion to 3 discussion per bill. Otherwise, if not otherwise noted. Assemblyman Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, through you to my colleague. So essentially what you're saying is $46.7 million is in a large enough sum of money to keep the sales tax?
You may respond.
So sales tax, what it does, the tax goes to the government, and the government uses the tax in ways that also supports the people. Am I correct? And so that tax could be used in more public schools, other organizations, but there are some families who know what is more better for their child. And so, for example, take homeschooled kids. The money that is, the money that's spent on the taxes, that will be supporting the public schools, but the family who has spent the money on the taxes won't be really getting anything out of it because they are not part of that organization or part of public school, basically. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. I think I speak for all former babies like myself and all feminists like myself that the diaper tax needs to be lowered, especially for low-income families, because they are a necessity for the growth and cleanliness of children. That I think when my colleague, Assemblyman Luna, said why choose diapers is because every single child and every single person needs them at some point, and it's probably the most universally applicable. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Heasty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hasty, coming in support of this bill. I would first like to say I do believe this bill is very chill. Second, speaking through you to my esteemed colleague, don't you think $100 is a substantial amount for a family?
Thank you. Who was that question to? Okay, Mr. Luna, you may respond.
For low-income families, it could be, but for the average family, it would only amount to 4 hours of work, which, if say you work 10 hours a day, you still have 6 more hours, and that's for your entire year. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to voting of this bill. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay. Vision. Oh.
Those who support this bill, please rise. The ayes have it. The bill passes. We will now read or hear from AB 957, followed by AB 1754. The support and the opposition, please come up to the front.
Assembly Bill 957 concerns family law and gender identity.
Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Navarro here.
So Assembly Bill 957 is explaining that during a custody battle, if a parent does not affirm their child's choice of their gender identity, it's considered an act of abuse under a court of law, and that parent will be unable to have custody or visitation of the child. To make sure the child is out of harm's way, a custody battle looks out for the best interest and legally determines one or more guardians. This also includes visitation sessions with one or both parents. Visitation and custody is determined by looking at the actions of both parents towards the child, such as abuse, which can be classified as physical and verbal abuse, and I do believe that not affirming the child's gender is a form of verbal abuse. We can believe that if a parent does not support or affirm their child's choice of gender identity, it is a form of abuse. These parents are ignoring their child's feelings and needs, which can also be seen as neglectful to a child, and in section 1.5a, it says that abuse is also considered neglect, and that is cause for not getting custody of their child. Their child should be able to have their own say in their identity and what they feel, and if a parent does not support this, the very person who they look up to, especially in a time of need, as in the parents are being separated or not together anymore, they should have peace of mind that at least someone, their parent, that they're in their corner. Yes, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition, please go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman S. Hegberg here. According to my notes, which are actually completely blank, I would say that personally, if you look at all of the reasons why a parent shouldn't have custody, such as drunkenness or beating their child, these are all very reasonable because they are, well, frankly, illegal. All of the reasons why a parent shouldn't hold custody are always for the interests of the children, but from a more lawful standpoint. But when it comes to gender and affirmation of how someone identifies, I do not believe that that is a lawful manner. That is more personal, as my colleague will explain a little more on later. I feel that, yes, if a father is drunk all the time and beats his kids, there's no way he should get custody. But I do not feel like it is such an evil thing for a father to just not affirm the gender of someone, because we're also protected by our right to free speech. So technically, any parent can say anything about their kid. Thank you. I don't think this is enough to be called abuse.
Thank you. Mr. Hasty, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hasty here. I would just like to say that it is not abuse to oppose what your child thinks. Going back to the 12-year-old being mature, I find it hard to think that a 12-year-old can be mature enough to choose what gender they want to be. In a court case, Younger versus Georgilis, California judge gave custody to a parent over her transgender daughter, overturning joint custody. This led to irreversible hormone treatment. Her father was opposed to her getting this hormone treatment, and in Texas, they needed both parents to consent to it. So the mom getting full custody means the father did not have to consent to this treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. The support may have their rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Navarro. I would like to just ask a question that your notes are blank, so I don't know how much you thought this bill through. But I do think that it is just a personal preference that you don't believe it's abuse, because again, I'll go back to section 1.5a. It says that abuse is also considered neglect of the child, and I do feel that this is verbally neglecting the child, as you are not affirming or supporting them.
Thank you. We will now open the floor for discussion. Mr. Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. I hear my colleague, Assemblywoman Navarro, throw words out like I feel like their feelings, I feel like this, I feel like that. It does not matter what the law states. It doesn't matter about what you feel like or how you feel about how yourself. It's just what it is, and that's the facts. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moriel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Mariel. I move to call the question.
Is there a second? Thank you. Now we'll vote. I'll call the question. Those who are in favor to call the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. Now we'll vote on the bill. Those who are in favor of AB 957, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. We will have one more bill and we'll recess for lunch. Would the supporters and opposition for AB 1754 please come up?
AB 1754 provides for state full-day preschool program, eligibility for enrollment in low-income schools, section 1 through section, end of section 1.
This is so easy. A 4-year-old could read this.
Mr. Martinez, you may begin.
This Assembly Bill 1754 is part of the Pre-K for All Act of 2018. It makes preschool basically free for low-income families for kids up to ages to 4. And 40% of kids, I feel like this is a pretty important part of this, 40% of preschool kids in California are all from lower income houses, and the way I would say would be low income is if someone was to make 50% less than the average of what the, well, more specifically Californians make. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The opposition, you may have your response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Seeley. I rise in opposition to this bill, AB 1754, because it is requiring the Medi-Cal program to send personal financial data to all schools, regardless if they're in low income or not. This is a breach of privacy, and I believe that as Americans, if we don't need to have our data shared without our consent. If there is a low-income family and they need support, then they can opt to, they should be able to opt for financial aid, but it shouldn't be required for everybody's data to be sent out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, you may respond.
I believe, just like Finn said, that this bill is not chill. That's it.
Is that all? Thank you. Mr. Martinez, would you like to respond?
No, I made my point clear.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to voting of this bill. Those who are in favor of this bill, please say aye. Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
Those who are in favor, please stand up. The nays have it. Bill fails. Now, yes. Okay, which bill number was it? 2969. Okay, we will reconsider Assembly Bill 2969. It's just a vote, sorry.
Was there a second?
Is there a second? Yes.
And then he needs to come up and just say why he's reconsidering.
Okay, please come up and state why you are reconsidering. Did he vote for yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Luna, I mistakenly voted wrong on the bill.
What, restate the bill, please.
2969.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to talk real quickly about what the motion on the floor is. A motion to reconsider a bill happens when a person votes the wrong way, but the bill must have, so in this case, 2969 failed, or you have to have voted opposite. And so we are rehearing, or we're not rehearing, we're just re-voting on AB 2969.
Yes. Those who are in favor of Assembly Bill 2969, please rise. The bill passes. Now we will move into recess for lunch.
Stay seated.
Please stay seated while Governor England meets.
Okay, you guys, we are out of session, so you may take your jackets off. You may leave everything here when we go to lunch, or you can take it with you if you want to work on your bill. We're going to have lunch. You are going to sit with your small group, because we've only got 2 more times. Oh, actually, today, lunch is the last time that we'll meet as a small group. And tonight you'll be able to sit wherever you want at dinner. But I need someone who is not said a prayer for our meal to Assemblywoman Moriel. Will you pray for our meal? Please stand, everyone, and then you're released for lunch.
Dear Lord, we just want to thank you so much for this day and for this opportunity and all that we've learned. And we want to thank you for bringing us all here safely and for putting this camp where it is and for when it is, God, in our time and in our lifetime. And I want to thank you for all the staff members that you have put it on their heart that they would be here and help us to learn this process and help us spiritually, God, through the process of life. God, I pray that you would please bless each and every one of them in whatever trials that they're going through right now, that you would put your hand upon them and that they would feel your presence of peace so peacefully. And I praise the same for the students here, God, that you would just feel your spirit in their lives so powerfully and that they would remember your spirit here in this place and that they would just continue to feel that as they lead and throughout their lives and as the Holy Spirit guides us, Lord. And we pray that you would please bless the food and that your will please be done today, that we have lots of fun, that we would honor you in everything that we do, Lord. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Very well done. Thank you. You guys can go to lunch. You're sitting with your small group. You do not have to keep your jackets on. We will be back at 1 o'clock.
The meeting has come to order. We will now read Mr. Martinez, Tico Martinez, did we do your bill? Yes. Okay, then we're number 13.
Yes.
We will now read AB 1172, followed by AB 947. Can the support and the opposition please come up to the front?
AB 1172 deals with sexual orientation, change, and efforts. Existing law provides for licensing and regulation of various professions in the healing arts, including physicians, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Moriel. This bill, bill number 1172, what it deals with is sexual orientation change efforts. What this is it stops a mental health provider from influencing an individual to change or influence his or her belief regarding their gender or orientation. This is a good bill because it will really protect the children getting therapy or mental help with their gender identity. It doesn't allow the therapists to influence that child in any way, a minor. It doesn't allow them to influence them in any way. It protects them from being swayed on the subject. This is a really good bill. It's just to protect the kids. So thank you.
Thank you. The opposition may begin their response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. This bill states that it would take away mental health providers so kids don't have to deal with the stress of changing, or the stress of the changes with sexual orientation. This bill would restrict therapists' ability to provide their experience and expertise. Being lesbian, gay, bisexual, or other sexual orientation is not considered a mental illness, but if this bill would be passed, it would take away the therapist's right to attend to these children, and because of that, there's so much pressure and mental strain inflicted upon these children. It's just unbearable, especially in this case, which they wouldn't have a counselor. And this bill would inflict upon the freedoms, duties, and responsibilities parents and counselors have that they need to be able to raise their child. Thank you.
Thank you. You may.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman C. Lee, in opposition of Assembly Bill 1172. I agree with everything my colleague said. And I also want to add that these people who are counseling these children are very skilled and very experienced, and they know what they're doing. And they have studied in this field for many, many years, so they're very experienced in what they do. And if these people who are counseling these children, or these therapists, if we limit their power and their ability to counsel these children, then that would mean that these children will have to go and resort to other adults or people who are unexperienced, and this will lead to problems with the children. Thank you.
Thank you. The support may have their rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Moriel. As my colleague mentioned, that these therapists and mental health providers are well trained and they know about the profession. However, if there wasn't a problem with them influencing the minors, their clients, then there would be no need for this bill. I completely agree. However, there is a need for this. The very fact that I'm up here presenting this bill is because there's a problem that needs to be solved. and this would help this problem. This would stop this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now move into discussion. The floor is now open. Yes, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Stewart. As my colleague just mentioned, there is a problem, but I have a different one. He was saying that the counselors are influencing these children in a certain way, but I don't believe that's true. I believe that the counselors, who are professional and trained and experienced, they come to these kids and they find out what the problem is without any precedent, and then they help them figure out how to solve that problem. And if this is the case that it's changing their sexual orientation, then I believe that's our answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moriel.
I would like to make thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Moriel. I would like to make clear that this bill does not stop the therapist or mental health provider from helping this person, the minor, the client, figure out their gender identity, but it just stops them from influencing them, swaying them to the other side. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further discussion, so we will move now on to voting. Those who are in favor of AB 1172, please say aye. Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay. Division.
Those who are in favor of this bill, please stand. The nays have it. The bill fails.
Thank you. And Assemblyman Moriel, you did unfortunately a great job on this really bad bill. I just wanted to share about this bill and what it does and what's happening in other states. So as of this time, in 2023, we've had 20 states ban therapy unless it affirms the minor child in their sexual orientation and gender identity. So what I want to explain, because this is targeted to Christian parents. A Christian parent who has a child struggling with gender identity, gender dysphoria, sexual orientation, which even Christian kids, especially going through puberty and all of that, have struggles. And this law prohibits the parents from taking the minor to any social worker, psychologist, unless that psychologist says, yes, you were born gay, or yes, even though you're a boy, you think you're a girl, let's talk about how you can live that out. It's a direct assault on the Christian belief about how you were born, and this whole week has been about your identity and your identity in Christ, and this is a direct attack, and it started in California. Now, just as a side note, the lower courts have upheld it, but it recently, I think, has gotten a hearing before the U.S. Supreme Court, but for several years, the lower courts have ruled against religious parents who have wanted to get Christian counseling for their kids on this issue. So I just thought that was interesting, and I wanted to make sure you kind of understood the nuts and the bolts of that bill. And that's why public policy is so important, and all of us should care about how our elected officials are voting and hold them accountable for how they vote, because that's our responsibility and stewardship as citizens in the U.S. So I just wanted to clarify on that bill. Is your question about that, or are you trying to vacate the chair? Okay, the governor is going to take a point of personal privilege and turn the floor over to Assemblyman Moriel.
So, as a patriot, I am trying to get you guys to vote for this bill. However, this bill is very misleading. I guess the digest is
completely exactly the opposite of what it says. It does the exact opposite of what it says, and I'm sorry for my opposition who misunderstood that. I was trying to pass this bill, so I purposely didn't tell you. I'm sorry for that. But the secret isn't like the definitions. If you turn to the back, it defines sexual orientation change efforts a different way than you would think, and just by that, it gets you, and you think it's a good bill, but it's not.
And he brought up a good point. Do you remember early on when we did, and it was probably too short, we talked about the digest, and that is not the bill, and that the nonpartisan, at least in the state of California, people that write that, it can be totally made up, and it's their summary, and it can be totally misleading. So it's important, and that's what Mrs. Fote and Ms. Clement and I do. We actually have to go read all those legal bills and see what the bill actually will do, and not just take someone's opinion for it. And that's why it's important that you guys, as you are getting older, and your parents communicate with trusted sources that have a good reputation of not using hyperbole, but telling you what is actually in a bill, so you don't have to read 10,000 pages of legalese. Your parents, we don't want them to have to do that. So there are organizations that do this for guns, for life, for pro-family and religious freedom. So that's important. Just because somebody said it on the news might have come from the digest, and the reporter has no idea what she's talking about. So that's an important lesson. Okay, back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now we'll hear AB 947, followed by AB 928. The support and the opposition, please come up.
Okay. AB 947 deals with pupil instruction, digital citizenship, and media literacy.
You may begin.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Thank you, Assemblyman Martinson. This bill would require the Superintendent of Public Instruction to work with the State Board of Education to find the best ways to teach digital citizenship, media literacy, and safety on the internet to pupils. It would also require them to identify the best recommendations for schools statewide. The reason this bill is really important is because media and technology have become like the biggest thing this day. It's required to do like all things in our lives. And also, children in our classrooms need to be taught how to use this safely, ethically, and responsibly to use technology and media in all areas of their lives. Another reason is since technology has gone so easy to get, depression rates have gone up by 63% in underage people since that. And this, in the classes in technology, could completely deplete that by like 30%. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, the opposition.
All right. I stand in opposition to this bill using my common sense and moral compass. This bill will be using teacher volunteers, known as volunteers, which incites free labor, to an already underpaid, overworked profession in this economy. If we are to teach children specifically, which mind that there is no specific age specified, what, the 5-year-old goes to his mother and says, "Mommy, do you want to know what I want? I want to be literally accurate in media." Additionally, blue light has been proven to have near obsolete benefit to the human brain, therefore the body. Studies say that blue light can stunt your mess with your grammar skills. Additionally, I would want to meet the person who said, "Let's teach kids how to use technology with technology." Let me ask, did anyone teach you how to use tech, or do you already grasp the knowledge or concept, nary a word of assistance? You don't teach an animal how to act like one.
Thank you. Mr. Cha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Assemblyman Cha, and I have one statement to put out there. What if all of you guys did not have a device? Would you guys go crazy, or would you guys be completely fine? That's all I have
Out
to
of
say.
order. Thank you. Mr. Martinson, response?
So firstly, I would like to say, nah, it's chill though. But other than that, today we need to teach kids about technology because technology is the biggest thing today. What if we didn't teach them about technology? They would be normal, but we'd be teaching kids to go upper in society, not just stay normal. We get society going up, 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 not just staying at the same level.
Thank you. Now we'll open the floor for discussion. Mr. Cha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Cha, and through you to my colleague, I would like to ask you, did anyone teach you how to use technology?
You may respond.
Yes.
Mr. Moriel.
Point of parliamentary procedure. Was Mr. Cha able to ask a question to the assembly, or was it supposed to be directed to the chair?
He could either ask a rhetorical question.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Yes, Mr. Cha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Cha, and through you to my colleague, I have another question for you, Mr. Martinson. How are you going to maintain a good balance between academic core subjects and teaching kids how to use technology?
Well,
You may respond.
Thank you, Chair Assemblyman Martinson. Today, I do a co-op thing, like half homeschool, half in school, right? But today, I do like half my classes all online, and I need to be learned or taught how to do these things. Like, it's actually pretty difficult for me in the beginning to be taught these things. So when I had a class, for example, my biology class, they gave me a little like tutorial in the beginning on how to use the website, and that was really helpful, and I was able to actually like get better grades because of that.
Thank you. Ms. Moriel.
I move to call the question.
It is seconded, and now we will vote for call the question. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Those who oppose, please say nay. Division has been cancelled. So the ayes have it. So now we're gonna move on to vote on the bill. Those who are in favor, please rise.
I called to a roll call.
That was out of order, but yes. Okay, roll call. Yeah, we'll do a roll call vote.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
Did we vote on roll call? No. Okay, thank you.
We did not vote on roll call. Yes, you may start.
Assemblyman Hasty, aye.
Assemblyman Stewart, aye.
Assemblyman LeCoux, aye.
Assemblyman Hegberg, aye.
Assemblyman Song, aye.
Assemblywoman England, aye.
Assemblyman Zamorano, aye.
Assemblywoman Moriel, aye.
Assemblyman Peterson, aye. Assemblyman Seeley, aye. Assemblyman C. Lee, aye.
Assemblywoman Kim, aye. Assemblywoman Sanchez, aye.
Assemblyman Luna, aye.
Assemblyman Martinez, aye. I mean, nay. Nay, nay. No way, no, nay.
Assemblyman Cummings, nay.
Assemblyman Morial, nay.
Assemblyman Hayward, nay.
Assemblywoman Stevens, no.
Assemblyman Leslie, nay.
Assemblywoman Navarro, nay.
Assemblyman J. Lee, aye. So the ayes have majority, so the bill passes.
Okay. Order. Order. Now we'll move on to AB 298, followed by AB 2989. Can the support and the opposition please come?
Assembly Bill 298, as introduced, deals with immigration holds. Section 1 beginning through Section 3 end.
Okay, you may begin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman C. Lee in support of Assembly Bill 298. So what this bill does is it's an amendment of the government code, specifically section 7282 and 82.5, right? So basically what it will do is take out a bunch of unnecessary sections of the bill, and by unnecessary, what I mean is that it will make it more confusing, and this bill will make the definitions, such as the word felony more generalized and more broad. So, and also, there's also another amendment in this bill, which says that after someone is finished serving their jail time, the jail could keep them up to 2 days in the jail, so that government officials or immigration agents can do what they need to do with these people. And this is all relating to immigrants, not just normal people. This is all immigrants. Thank you.
The opposition may state their response.
Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Hagberg, as my esteemed colleague said, yes, this does remove the definition of felony. However, the amendments of the bill remove all of the legal classifications for all of the felonies enacted by illegal aliens in our countries. With this broad and unspecific message, it poses a threat of possible abuse and misuse of law. This would therefore lead to many immigrated individuals to be charged unfairly because of the loopholes in not having defined felonies listed under the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. So, as my colleague said, this removes all definitions of different types of felonies. This could also encroach on the Fourth Amendment, which is unreasonable seizure. There's no probable cause or warrant in this scenario, which would make the detain of illegal immigrants not constitutional. And that obviously isn't constitutional, and our country needs to go off what the Constitution says. And yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Mr. C. Lee, your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman C. Lee. So you guys mentioned that it is removing the definition of felony, and this could cause problems or confusion. But what I want to say is that we don't necessarily need to add this word felony, the definition of these felony and like other words into this bill, because we can find those definitions elsewhere in other laws. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. S. Hager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman S. Hegberg here. I have a question for my esteemed colleague, through you to my esteemed colleague. Yes, you. You mentioned, I believe, that it's unconstitutional to charge people with these things, but these are illegal immigrants who are not part of our country.
Why do they deserve constitutional rights if they are not part of our country and have entered into our country illegally? Thank you.
Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. I'm going to admit you have a point there. I misspoke. That's my bad. I brought the wrong bill up. That was a really good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is open for discussion. Ms. Sanchez.
I'd just like to say that you guys are talking about immigration, if I'm correct. But last time I checked, I'm pretty sure you guys all have papers and you're all white, except you, you're Korean, so just like to state that.
Yes, Mr. Zamorano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Zamorano. I was assigned this bill. I didn't choose it. You know, I didn't immigrate here from a different country, but my grandpa actually immigrated here from. My grandpa and his family immigrated here from Mexico, so I'm not totally like clueless about this, but I didn't get a pick it. You know, I don't think you can really say that about us. Thank you.
Mr. C. Lee.
I also want to say that my parents are immigrants and they came here with a lot of sweat and tears and they came here through all that struggles and these illegal immigrants coming in with all that easy stuff. That shouldn't be right, and they should go to jail. And yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna. I move to call the question.
Second.
It is seconded, and now we will vote for call to question. Those who are in favor for call to question, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay. The ayes have it. Now we will vote on the bill. Those who are in favor of AB 298, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Now we will read AB 2989, followed by AB 2318.
AB 2989 deals with motorized scooters, the use of helmet and maximum speed.
Yes, Mr. Olio-Luku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Laku here. This Assembly Bill number 2989 is an amendment to the Vehicle Code, section 21235. This bill would allow motorized scooters to be operated to higher speeds of up to 35 miles per hour on a highway, and additionally would allow for operation of a motorized scooter on a highway with a higher speed limit if the motorized scooter is operated in a Class 4 bikeway. I believe this law is important to pass because in a state like California, where we have many dense cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles, especially cities like Los Angeles, which are dealing with high rates of motor traffic, it is essential that we have urban mobility, and the current law that we have right now is it's too restrictive. Motorized scooters are increasingly becoming a more important way of moving around in cities across the state, and if you want to give the people of California the urban mobility that they need and require, we need to raise the speed on motorized scooters, because right now the speed is it's not fast enough to facilitate an urban lifestyle, and that's why I would support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The opposition may state their response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Cummings. I oppose this bill because, first of all, it says you are not allowed to carry a bag on it while you're driving, and I don't think that works because, like, if you're a college student, you should have to take like your bags and stuff on it. And then it says that if you are under 18, you should wear a helmet, but everybody should have to wear a helmet because if you're in a crash or something, anybody could get hurt. So everybody should have to wear a helmet, and you should be allowed to carry bags.
Thank you. Mr. Morial.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Morial. So I would like to make this clear that this bill, all it does restricts motorized scooters. It does allow a little bit, but it mostly restricts motorized scooters in a few ways. And also, first of all, the not first of all, the first page of this bill, again, like my last bill, is incorrect. It's dishonest about what it actually means. To have to in this bill also, to ride a scooter anywhere, a motorized scooter anywhere, you would have to have a permit or license. That means if you already have a motorized scooter, you can't drive it unless you have a permit or license. And also, this allows scooters to go on the highway less than 25 miles per hour, which will cause traffic. And honestly, who wants to be on a scooter in a highway? I mean, that, like, like, if you just fall over, you're dead. You're gonna be rolled over by a car or something. It's really dumb. And also, 15 miles, less than 25 miles per hour, that will definitely cause traffic in a highway. Like, are you kidding me? That's horrible. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lecoux, response?
Yes, I would like to respond to the points the opposition presented. First of all, a scooter is a two-hand vehicle, so carrying a bag on it is just dangerous and unsafe. And second of all, this bill requires that a helmet should only be worn for those under 18, which makes sense because those above the age of 18 have the choice to decide whether or not they want to get in an accident. And if you're a minor, it should be protected that you have to wear a helmet. And going to the other point, I think if you read the bill more closely, it specifies that the speed limit of 35 miles per hour is only if the motorized scooter is operated within a Class 4 bikeway. This removes safety and traffic. It removes concerns over safety and traffic because a Class 4 bikeway is separated from the road, and thus the scooter is not interfering with the road, and it's safer for the driver. And one more point, every single study that's found out there that scooters, bikes, and other modes of independent transport move way more people than cars, especially in cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll open the floor for discussion. Mr. Moriel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like, Mr. Moriel, Assemblyman Moriel, I would like to make it clear that I did say that the first page of the bill, which was the digest, it is dishonest in this bill. The thing about 35 miles per hour in a certain lane, that was part of the digest. It's not true according to this bill. It has nothing to do with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to voting. Those who are in favor of AB 2989, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Now can Assemblywoman Brighton England come up and be my pro temp?
We will hear bill number 2318. If the bill sponsor and bill opponents would please approach the microphones. Those in favor will go to the microphone on the left and the opposition on the right.
Assembly Bill 2318 deals with gun-free school zones.
You can start.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Speaker, I guess. I would like to support Assembly Bill number 2318 today to allow individuals with a valid concealed carry license to possess a firearm in school grounds that have a place of worship within it. And I think we should support this bill because people need guns for protection in case of emergency. It was a given right to Americans that have attained a firearm license, and it also leaves them. Now, if you don't have a gun and there's someone like that's trying to attack you, if you have a gun, then you can use it as self-defense. And now, from 2018 to 2022, there are around 900 incidents of gun being fired or brandished on school campuses. Over 2,500 minors died in these accidents. These statistics were school campuses who had no armed personnel on campus. Now, from 2018 to 2022, there were 133 incidents of gun violence on campus with people that had an armed official on campus. There were 151 casualties in these shootings, so you can obviously see the number drastically changes if there's a person with a gun on school campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaw. Opposition, you may state your point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to first Assemblyman Jay Lee from Fremont, California. I would like to first mention that this bill is being amended, so we're only reading the amended section of the bill. There's already an existing law, and we're just amending those. So, first of all, existing law states that it is a crime to have a firearm, possess firearm, within a school zone, which is 1,000 feet within a school property. And this bill would be amended to state that it's not a crime anymore if the school has a religious place, such as a synagogue, a church, a chapel, and etc. And if you possess a firearm within 1,000 feet of the school property with those religious worship places, then it won't be criminal to own a gun. And that just doesn't make sense. So this bill is just saying that if there's a church, you could own a gun. If there isn't a church, you can't own a gun. So, like, it just doesn't make sense to begin with. And that would just promote violence, which is the opposite of what this bill is trying to do. So, therefore, I believe that this bill is unreasonable and it should fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Luna, you may proceed.
Thank you, Assemblywoman, Madam Speaker. Assemblywoman Luna, I completely agree with everything my fellow colleague has said, and I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. Is there any discussion on the bill? Oh, rebuttal. I'm so sorry, rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assemblyman Chaw, I have no rebuttal.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the bill? Assemblyman Zamorano.
I have a question to Mr. Chaw through you. Can you please repeat that statistic about the shootings going down? I didn't hear it. Thank you.
So this isn't like from 2018 to 2022 for both statistics. Without an armed personnel on campus, there were around 900 incidents of gun violence or something like that, and 2,500 minors died. Now, if there was armed personnel on campus, there was 133 incidents with 151 casualties.
Thank you, Mr. Hagberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assemblyman Hegberg here. I have a question for my esteemed colleague through the chair to himself. Where'd you get said statistic?
Mr. Shaw?
From my research.
Mr. Luna?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, I just want to make a statement about the statistics, and going back to what my colleague said, that they have absolutely nothing to do with what we are debating about, because that is, the law is already law, like my colleague said. We're just voting on whether there should be an amendment added.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to first state that it is a little suspicious to say, from my research, when asked a question about where'd you get the statistics. Usually the normal answer would be from a like stating the website title, name, or whatever you got the statistic from. And I would like to mention there may have been allowed use of AI during research periods, so maybe that could be where the stats are from, and AI tends to make mistakes, so that is all.
Thank you, Mr. J. Lee. Mr. Chaw?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ms. Assemblyman Cha, I did not use AI, and I would like to call the question.
Okay, we will call the question then. All those in favor of the bill, please say aye. Okay, sorry. All in favor, call the question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, we will move on to the bill. All in favor of the bill, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The nays have it. Okay. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, all those opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Moriel, can you please come up here?
Right here. Oh, wait. Okay, we will hear Bill 1314, AB 1314. If you could please come up, the opposition and support, please.
Assembly Bill 1314 deals with gender identity, most specifically parental notification therein.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, Assemblywoman Sanchez. This bill is making parents aware of gender identity of their child in schools. Teachers will have to, if teachers will have to tell the parents between 3 days within the child talking about gender changing or pronouns change. And like what was said previously by, I'm pretty sure, Assemblyman Leffel, that every parent would like to know what their child is like learning, like a lot of other stuff. So, and then also, until the child turns 18 of legal age, their parent has the right to be aware of everything that goes on in the child's life. There should be no privacy in that. And then already there is a right for schools to notify parents, but this would confirm it altogether. And then also allowing the parents to understand might even grow the relationship between the parent and child. So yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Zamorano and Mr. Leslie, you may go ahead with your opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Zamorano. I think I heard you correctly. You may have misspoken, but you just said the child has no right to privacy. But in the California Constitution, Section 1, it refers to the right of privacy, and this also says it applies to minors. And like I said earlier in the day, there was a Supreme Court case that actually in California that ruled in favor that minors are indeed under that right of privacy, so they do have a right of privacy. Now, that was just something I had to get out of the way. But if a child's parents are notified that a child has come out as LGBTQ+ without the child's consent, the child was probably not telling the parent because they think they wouldn't take it well, and they weren't ready to tell the parents yet. Children are with their teachers and counselors 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and that is much more time to grow a closer and connect a closer bond to them than the actual parent, because once you get out of that preschool age, children will want to be more dependent from their parents and look for that in counselors, and that's what counselors are trained for in schools, is to have that kind of dependence on them and help the child navigate through what the child thinks is best for their own interests. Thank you, my colleague.
I agree with what my colleague Micah was saying, Mr. Zamorano. I would also like to expound more on the fact that there may be abusive parenting involved in this. If the child believes that it is better to keep their gender identity confined to school grounds, then that means that there's a highly likely chance that their parents back home are not supportive and may be abusive towards the fact, whether mentally or physically abusive, because their child has chosen to identify as the opposite gender. I can attest to this personally because my grandma was not very, my grandma, she was not very, so she's like actually very much against the changing your gender. So when my Uncle Randy wanted to change his gender, he tried to keep it within school grounds, but they did end up notifying my grandmother. And let's just say that it did not go well, and my Uncle Randy is now in heaven, God rest his soul, and my grandmother is currently serving a lifetime in jail. So if you would all vote against this, then in memory of my Uncle Randy, I would be very much appreciative. And that's just an example of what could happen should this bill be passed and parents be told about what their children are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Ms. Sanchez, you may proceed with your rebuttal.
I'm pretty sure last year you talked about your uncle Randall or Randy, and you said that he died in a mass shooting. So what does that have to do with changing your gender identity in schools?
Is that out of order?
Yeah.
Out of order. It's a rebuttal.
Okay, no, through you to my colleague.
Oh, it's a rebuttal. That's not. It's not a discussion here.
She could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could do that. Let me go ahead.
Last year I did bring up my Uncle Andy, who is my great uncle actually, and he died by getting shot with his own handgun when a thief broke into his house.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor to discussion. Mr. Assemblyman Hagberg, Hagberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hagberg, through you to my colleague, Assemblyman Leslie, does this Uncle Randy exist?
You may respond.
Yes, my uncle Randy did exist. However, I believe that we are talking currently about the bill that is being proposed and not about my uncle.
Ms. Morial.
So, point of clarification. Your Uncle Andy, Uncle Randy, and Aunt, did you say Sally?
Andrea.
Andrea? Okay. They were all claimed to be dead at this point, but they have somehow come back alive in certain situations and over the years. Does anybody else seem like this is confusing? Find this confusing? Find this a little bit suspicious? Thank you.
Out of order.
What?
Assemblyman Heasty, and then Assemblyman Hager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hasty here. Going back to the bill, I would just like to say that we have already ruled twice, AB 665 and AB 957, that opposing a child's sexual orientation as a parent is not considered abuse. So I don't think what my esteemed colleagues over there said is a good defense.
Mr. H. Hager.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chair. Due to lots of talking about dead people, dead relatives, I would like to move to call to question.
Second.
Question has been called. All in favor of voting?
say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, all in favor of this bill, say aye. All in favor of voting for this bill, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it. Assemblyman Micah, could you please come up to the chair?
Whoa. Well, I appeal the decision of the chair.
Point of personal privilege.
Out of order.
That's not out of order.
Oh, Mr. Zamorano. I'm never out of order.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to them.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, good. We're good. We're good. I would like the parliamentarian for everybody in here to explain what just took place and what the challenge of the chair is, division, all of that we're teaching these kids.
Absolutely. The chair ruled in favor, I believe it was that it failed, correct? Before he was able to get out of his chair, though, there was an appeal from over here appealing the ruling of the chair. And that is in order, and Mr. Zamorano will hear that to start with. That is one of those things where that is a motion that allows the body to exert control over the chair, who can have considerable control. And Mr. Morial showed us what can happen in that situation.
All in favor of appealing the chair's decision, please rise. Passes. The bill passes. We will hear Bill 600. If the bill sponsor and opponents, please approach the microphones.
Just to clarify on the last bill and for the audience, the motion was to appeal the chair who voted that the bill failed, but the body overruled the chair, so the bill passed.
Correct.
Am I correct? Okay, just wanted to clarify because I was a little confused.
Sorry about that.
No.
Assembly,
I'm wrong.
Assembly Bill 600 deals with pupil instruction, transgender concepts, and opt-out.
Assemblyman Hasty, you may go ahead.
Okay, so Assembly Bill 600 talks about the removal of a student from certain parts of curriculum in high school and middle school. And I'm support because parental rights are fundamental. Parents should be able to choose how their child is educated. And schools should notify and obtain consent from a student's parent before exposing students to things that could be sensitive, like to religion or to other ideologies. I believe there should be transparency in education because public education should be held accountable to taxpayers. In 1962, in a court case called Engel versus Vital,
It was about protecting families from government-imposed beliefs. This showed that the government shouldn't impose religious beliefs. By this thinking, they shouldn't oppose ideological beliefs too. In 1972, the state of Wisconsin was against the family Yoder, where the parents' rights to direct their children to religious and moral education was discussed. The court ruled that parents can take kids out after 8th grade, and this would be like taking kids out after 8th grade, but only certain parts and letting them go to school and continue schooling for the other parts.
Thank you, Mr. Hasty. Assemblyman Leslie, you may go ahead.
So I believe that AB 600 is unconstitutional. Everybody, regardless of age, does have a right to access information, including the information that my colleague here is trying to hide from the children by allowing parents to control what their children hear, listen to, and ultimately decide on. Children do have a right to understand that there are more options out there from them. And from middle school to high school, a child is starting to explore their independence, and at that point should be able to make decisions about their life and decisions that will affect their future. So I believe that children should be allowed to sit in regardless of what their parents think or believe.
Thank you, Assemblyman Leslie. Assemblyman Martinson, you may go ahead.
My partner pretty much said everything I was going to say, so yeah.
What about your dead aunt? Your dead aunt?
Thank you, Assemblyman Martinson. The bill is now open for discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. Rebuttals. You may go ahead, Mr. Hasty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Hasty here. If a parent wants to have a conversation with their child, they can have their child come talk to them about what is being taught in school. They don't need to have the teachers teach it, because parents are more comfortable with their children, and children are more comfortable with their parents than children can be with their teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Hasty. The bill is now open for discussion. Assemblyman Song.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Song. I just like to thank Assemblyman Leslie for not fabricating any of his opposition, and I just like to thank him because I know it's very hard for him to tell the truth.
Assemblywoman Moriel.
I want to call the question.
Second.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposition, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. All in favor of passing this bill, say yes. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposition, say nay.
Nay.
All in favor of passing the bill, please rise. The bill passes.
Now we will hear Bill AB 385. And we'll have support on this side and opposition on this side. Please come up.
Assembly Bill 385 deals with daylight saving time.
Are both sides ready? Support, you may begin.
Howdy, everyone. What's up? Assemblyman Hegberg. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you guys ever woken up, it's a normal day, you go to school, and you realize, oh my gosh, I'm an hour late?
Or have you ever been asleep and you get up in the morning and you feel like you just lost 1 hour of sleep and you can't explain it? Well, I have the explanation. That's called daylight savings time. And it can be really annoying from some random times you just have to change all of the clocks in your house. What if we just got rid of that? That would be so nice. Better even. I want to tell kind of an emotional story about my grandma. You see, a couple years ago, my grandma, she would go on a walk every day at 6 in the morning. She made it her routine. But one day, she got hit by a bus, the 7 o'clock bus. Because of the time change, she was unaware. I'm sorry. No, but scientifically, actually, there's a large spike in senior citizens over 65 whenever the time changes because their routines are very effective, and because they are much older, they aren't as aware of these time changes, and it can actually pose a risk. So please, for the just like the general less annoyance for all of us, and for the lives of those who are more wise beyond their years, such as Governor England and the such, for them, please vote yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Moriel.
I move that this bill be postponed indefinitely.
First, we're going to have the opposition speak. You may begin opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Stevens. I oppose Assembly Bill 385 because it would end daylight savings time. Daylight savings is an essential occasion that gives us more time to enjoy daylight and outdoor activities. Daylight savings benefits hardworking people such as farmers. Getting rid of it would not be helpful to blue-collar workers.
You may begin.
Thank you. You said that old people would be confused if the daylight savings time was taken away. I think that they would be a bit more confused if they're like, they wake up one day, they're like, hey, every year there's daylight savings time twice, and then all of a sudden it's just gone one day. Because I don't know how many people are legally literate, especially when it comes to daylight savings time. So, yeah, it'd be pretty difficult to keep everyone on the same page since it's been around since 1949.
Thank you. The support will have some time for a rebuttal.
Hey, so, to both of my very, very esteemed colleagues, they do make a great point. But I'd also like to point out, this bill came out in 1949. Guess what we didn't have back then? Floodlights. Guess what we didn't have back then? 2,000-ton massive tractors. To be fair, yes, we had daylight savings time for people like farmers, blue-collar workers, so that they could have more time. But in a day and age of technology where you can realistically work whenever because of all of the technology we have, it's kind of redundant. Like, there's no purpose to change all of our alarm clocks for a problem that's already been solved by technology. Thank you.
Good points.
Thank you. Now we will open the floor for discussion. Mr. J. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to my esteemed colleague, I would like to ask, where did you get all these stats from? I didn't see you doing any research.
You may answer.
All right. Thank you very much. So, while you didn't see me do much research, I did end up researching. It's just due to unfortunate circumstances, I didn't get much time in the computer lab, but I did work on that side opposing this bill last year, and I still have some of the facts memorized. Thank you.
Assemblyman Leslie, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Leslie.
I would like to say that I knew Grandma the lawyer personally, and that she did indeed get hit by the 7 o'clock bus. That was not a fabricated story. Also, the daylight savings is outdated. Last year, we had the honor of having Paul Cummings, who is a farmer, here at City on the Hill, and I spoke with him. We also have his sister Georgia here, and they both agreed that they do not like daylight savings any more than the rest of us. So I would say that Assemblyman, the lawyer, makes a valid point when he says that this bill is outdated.
Assemblyman Martinson, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Martinson. Some people here get a day off of school because of whatever this is called, and daylight savings. Those people really enjoy their day off of school, so I do not think that it's very chill that you're trying to take my rights away from me. Thank you.
Assemblyman E. Hegberg, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman E. Hegberg, I would like to begin by saying I do not support this bill. I love daylight savings time. But then I would like to continue and remind you of Assemblywoman Moriel's motion to table this bill indefinitely.
Now we will.
Until the second committee occurs.
Thank you. Now we will move to a vote of whether or not we are going to table this. All in favor of tabling, please say aye. Aye. And all opposed, nay.
Come on.
Would the ayes please stand? Okay, and would the nays please stand?
You're kidding.
The ayes have it. The bill will be tabled.
Second.
Now we will move to a vote of whether or not you would like to appeal the decision of the chair. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the nays?
Nay. Division. Roll
All,
call.
all the out of order. All the ayes, please stand.
Come on, no, please. I want to pass the bill. Just once.
And all the nays, please stand. The nays have it.
Better luck next year.
The bill has been tabled and we'll move on. You said I could do it. You want me to do one more? Okay. I just gotta choose. Oh, I see. And now we have Sawyer Hegberg come up as next pre-temp.
I promise I won't be that cross. Hey. Howdy, y'all. What's up? Oh, this feels nice. So, order. Currently, we will hear bill number 329, please. All those who support and oppose, please come up to the stand. Assemblywoman Sanchez. We shall move to a vote on whether to recess. All in favor of a 5-minute recess, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. The nays have it. Darn it. No, overruled. Okay, fine. 5-minute recess. Yes, Assemblyman Hesse, just a moment. Can we get the mic to him?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Hesse. I'd like to call a caucus.
Approved. You get 5 minutes. Ian, I told you. I'm sorry. I'm trying. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Moriel.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Assembly Bill 329 is the Healthy Youth Act as related to adoption.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Assembly Bill 329 will provide for public schools grades 7 through 12, will expand the adoption curriculum taught in the sex ed classes. It will cover the types of adoption, the rights of a placing birth parent, and specific and local adoption resources and support. These sex ed courses teach in detail how to access contraception. There's 4 main curriculums that public schools use, and only one of them actually covers a small amount of the parenting option, and the rest, they don't mention adoption beyond a very brief mention. And this bill would cause adoption to be further explained, and so that people and kids can have a better understanding of the other options that there are. 90% of those facing an unplanned pregnancy choose between abortion and mostly single parenting. People do not know about adoption or how it works, and many people regret their decision and would have wanted to know how adoption works today. To my colleagues in the Patriot Party, this bill promotes diversity and options and inclusivity in the area of wanting to have people allow people to have options, to have knowledge of the options that they have in the case of an unplanned pregnancy. As of right now, they basically only have a full understanding of one option, and that is contraception, and that is not always the best option for their own health, let alone the murder of a child. That is not promoting life. And I will finish with this. Adoption is a forgotten option, according to the Assemblywoman who actually wrote this bill in real life.
Very well spoken, Assemblywoman Moriel. Opposition, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Navarro. I would just like to say I stand in opposition of Bill AB 329. This states that adoption and HIV has to be spoken about in sex ed classes, but I do believe that it has already mentioned a little bit about it, and that is not the full point of a sex ed class. I think that also parents should be able to teach their own children about other options, such as other kinds of adoption options and things of that sort. It's not really the responsibility of a teacher or a school board to be telling children about this. I think that the parents are the ones that should be telling their children this, and also about the HIV prevention. I believe that this bill is being a little bit too nosy in people's lives, as parents can tell their children this by themselves without having to have a teacher say it.
Assemblywoman Cummings, I am in full agreement with my colleague.
Will that be all opposition?
Yes.
All right, rebuttal. Ms. Moriel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Moriel. I actually agree with you. I do agree that parents should be the ones to discuss these kinds of things with their child. But the state laws have sex ed as an option, and most of the kids take that option rather than having the parents explain it to them, because the parents realize that the schools teach it to them, and it would seem that they just don't believe it's necessary. But because that this is where they get their main source from, the adoption aspect needs to be brought into it, because they are only offered basically one option, and it's because of the state laws. And there are so the state laws would have that was it. I don't know why I kept on talking. Thank you.
All right, I will now open the floor to discussion. I'm going to limit it to 5 discussions total. Mr. Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, I move to call the question.
Now we will all vote on call to question. All those in favor to call to question say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Question has been called. We will now vote for the bill itself. All those in favor of this bill say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Division. The ayes have it. Overruled. Oh, by the way, can I get Tico up here?
We will now be hearing Bill 223. Oh, 2223. 1084. Oh wait, my name. My name is written down for everyone. Okay. We will now be hearing Assembly Bill 1300. Could the opposition and support-ing people stand up, please?
Assembly Bill number 1300 provides for restrictions on employment of children under the age of 14.
Mr. Martinez, you may go ahead and state your case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome.
The bill that I am supporting today is for child labor laws in Idaho. These will add restrictions on work hours for kids under 16. It would be a great time to mention this bill would repeal Idaho's child labor statutes. The medium age requirements are currently 14. There will also be prohibition during school hours for kids not working during school hours. Employers who violate these laws will have numerous penalties against them. This bill will narrow the most theatrical employment to children under the age of 16 as well. This bill will also remove most state-level and frankly obsolete restrictions regarding work. Idaho has also been challenged with labor shortages in more rural areas. This will help the numerous economies of said small villages by the ones who choose to work.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Miss Liberty. Wait, my bad. Miss Stevens, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblywoman Stevens. I oppose Bill 1300 because child labor goes against my rights. Children under the age of 14 should not be working or put to work because children should be in school building up a great education and success for their future.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Moriel. I stand in opposition on Bill 1300. This bill this bill basically what it does is gets rid of like five already existing laws on child labor and amends a lot of others. For example, it gets rid of Section 1302, 1303, 1304, 1305, and amends, like I said, many others. The amendments, I believe myself to be unjust because, for example, on the third page of this bill, one of the amended sections, it states that if a minor is employed in a saloon, gambling house, or house of prostitution, or other immoral place, the penalty should only be not less than $50, or imprisonment less than 2 months. I believe that this to be immoral because if you hire a minor for that kind of position, you have to there must be a much more harsh punishment for it. These amendments, all the amendments are like that, and I do believe that amending this much of these already existing laws and wiping this many of the existing laws would create a dangerous loophole inside the law, creating a gap in where criminals could get around the law. It would absolutely, undoubtedly be dangerous to the law. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on this bill? Oh, my bad. You may rebuttal. Well, through you, Assemblyman Martinez, through you, Madam Speaker, to my esteemed colleague, Ms. Stevens, I do believe that you are 14 and above, not below 14, as you said you were. And off that note, in case of sex work, should the parents should the parents shed a blind eye on their own children? Furthermore, there will, even after that this bill is put in place and signed, it's not an impossibility that there will be amendments added for harsher punishments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Assemblyman Martinez. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Hayberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Hegberg, with all due respect to our Assemblyman, what does this bill do? I didn't catch it, like, at all.
You may explain.
Thank you for the question. Sorry that I didn't clear that up. This bill, like I said in the beginning, it is replacing the old law of child labor with its own amendments to the law and getting rid of it. Like I said, it would be harmful to the existing law.
Out of order. Mr. Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Luna, I move to call the question.
Second.
We will now be moving to a vote to call the question. All in favor, please rise. All opposed, please rise.
Don't cry, it's okay. That's right, the motion. The motion.
The motion passes.
Out of order.
We will now be moving to a vote on Assembly Bill 1300 or 1300. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Division has been called. All in favor, please rise. All in opposition, please rise. Okay.
The bill fails. Mr. Finn, please stand up. Finn.
Mr. Martinson.
All in favor of AB 1300, please stand. All opposed? The ayes have it. Now we will hear Bill 1084. If the bill supporters and opposers would come up, that'd be great.
Assembly Bill number 1084 deals with gender-neutral retail departments.
Supporter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm gonna quote a really famous quote before I begin. So it goes like, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The founding fathers fought for these ideals, and we shouldn't settle for less. And these are wise words, and many enterprising men quote him. And don't act surprised, Thomas Jefferson wrote him. Okay. So yeah. And back to my bill. This bill would allow many corporations and retail stores to create a totally new section, which is more inclusive. So stores like Target or Walmart, or specified in this bill, all retail department stores over 500 employees, so bigger retail stores, they'll need to create a section that combines the girls section for toys and the guys section for toys into one section that just says toys. This makes it convenient for everybody. So if you really wanted to see one of those Barbie doll houses as a guy, you might be scared to go to the girls section where everything is pink, there's Barbie dolls staring at you. Like, what else is there? I haven't been there, so I wouldn't know. But there's a lot of stuff there that might intimidate a guy. But it's okay, because if you want to see the Barbie dream house, if you combine those two sections, guys and girls section, you could actually see, go and look at the Barbie dream house. And that will make it convenient for everybody. And vice versa, for the girls, if they wanted to play with a Marvel Hulk action figure, they get the chance to see and compare with other Marvel action figures or Star Wars action figures that are usually in the guys section. So this bill is including everybody, and it doesn't affect the store in any financial way. It doesn't damage anybody in an emotional state. It's very considerate of those children that are interested in playing with all sorts of toys. And in the purpose of this bill, children's toys is defined as a product designed or intended by the manufacturer to be used by children when they play. So very straightforward. And a lot of people, especially us, the constitutionalists, don't like the government interfering with tiny little things. So if you don't want the government interfering about like, oh, you should create a non-binary section, you should create an LGBT section, you should just pass this bill so that the stores could create a toy section where the government won't have to interfere at all. So this will actually help relieve stress and tension between the government and the retail store workers, managers, and the CEOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition, you make your arguments now.
All right. Well, howdy. Now, as my very highly esteemed colleague has said, he doesn't want the government in the smaller details. I completely agree with this statement. I don't think the government should have to tell a store what they have to have inside their aisles. I personally think that's kind of dumb because it's their store. They can sell where they want and how they want it. And also, young men, if you want that Barbie dream house, go through the girls' aisle and just buy it yourself, okay? Be a real man and go through that pink aisle and grab it yourself. Thank you very much.
Assemblyman Kim, you may do it now. Assemblywoman Kim, you may now speak your opposition.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Assemblywoman Kim. Okay, so point of clarification through you to my colleague. You mentioned that that this bill specifically states that stores have to create new aisles or new sections that are gender neutral, but you also mentioned that there is no money going out if there is a new aisle that is created. Actually, according to research, around $1.6 million will be spent on a business if they plan to create a new gender neutral aisle. So could you please clarify that point? I think it kind of contradicts.
You may speak.
I may have misspoke at first, but taking into consideration, the toy section already exists in all stores, especially Target, Walmart, and City on the Hill retail stores. So all you have to do is change one sign that says toys. Okay, that does cost a little bit of money to print the sign, but other than that, the section will be just combined into one section. It's not creating a new section, it's combining a section into one section. Like how a man and a woman comes together, becomes one after marriage. For all those Christians out there, thank you.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Hastings? I can't read a sign.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Hasty here. Hasty for all other speakers that will ever be up there. I would like to say that the argument that going through a fully pink aisle is scary for a man is non-existent. Like the pro temp's shoes. He's not in dress shoes. But I would just like to say that you still have to check out. It's not an attack on the pro temp. Jaden told me to.
I would like to address that these shoes are the only shoes I have. Okay. Mr. Song?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assemblyman Song. I move to call the question.
All in favor of calling to the question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please.
Nay.
All in favor, please stand. All opposed? Motion fails. Discussion is back. Miss Kim.
I would like to ask a question through you to my, oh my gosh, colleague. So what would you describe as gender-neutral toys? Or additionally, would it only be the toys that will be gender-neutral, or would it extend to like the clothes and to other sections like that? To what extent are we calling gender-neutral? Thank you.
You're chill. You can go.
Thank you. My bill specifically talks about toys, so I'll be only addressing toys in my discussion. And it's not the toys that are going to be marked gender neutral. It's the section that's going to be just combined into one section, like I mentioned before. So there is no extra cost going into the toys. You just have to put them up on the aisles and just display the toys like how you usually do, or the department store usually does. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hagberg?
All right, thank you. I also want to clear up. I find this bill kind of redundant because if you think about it, this bill applies to large-scale retail stores that have 500 employees or more, which means these stores usually have really big, a lot amount of products, which means they probably already have a gender-neutral aisle. I just don't see a point of this. And I'd also like to point out Legos. Have any of y'all been to a Lego aisle? Like, they have both genders of stuff. I see Lego friends with my Lego Star Wars all the time. So, like, it's just kind of redundant. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Leslie?
Mr. Speaker, Assemblyman Leslie. As a person who does not discriminate between Lego City and Lego Friends, I have bought both sets. And in my town, the Lego Friends is segregated from the Lego City sets, and I have gladly, as a child, walked down the Lego Friends aisles to pick out the woodland camper. So I do not think that it is necessary to have a gender-neutral aisle so that people can feel less oppressed walking down to pick out what they want, because that is all in a state of mind. And also, the City on the Hill retail stores, I would like to know where that is located, because I feel like these bags are not enough merch from City on the Hill.
Thank you. Miss England?
How tall would you say the children are walking through these aisles?
Like my esteemed colleague that previously answered a similar question, they'll be around this tall to this tall. Yes. So Finn, or no, Mr. Chair will also qualify as a children. He would not.
Mr. Cha? By the way, this is the last one, so.
If it's the last one, there's nothing to say.
Ms. Sanchez?
Would Tico Cody him but the height, because he said from yay high to like yay high, and they're still under yay high.
Yeah, you can answer.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, they're gonna be yay tall to yay tall. So if you're shorter than that, you don't count as a children. Like, you don't count as a child. So it has
wait,
to
can
be
I
in
see
this
the yay
range.
tall range again? Can I
Yes.
see the?
It'll be yay tall to yay tall.
Keep it at the yay tall. Keep it at the yay tall.
Yay. Oh, you get it.
Okay, now we are going to move to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Motion fails.
I'd like to appeal the decision of the chair.
All in favor of appealing the decision of the chair, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Division.
All.
Wait, can we clarify what appealing the decision in this case means?
I said fails, so. All in favor, please stand. Of appealing the decision of the chair. Amendment fails. Motion fails. Cody Martinez.
Cody, come here.
Point of personal privilege from the governor. I just want to say, and Ian won't get up here and say it to you because he's hard at work with our camera. For the Martinezes and Mr. Finn, don't let that define you. We will show you later when Ian was this high at City on the Hill at the age of 14. We have many pictures. You know what? You need to take it and own it. His entire campaign slogan was vote short.
Excuse me.
We will be hearing from Bill 2223. The opposition and the support, please come up. Mr. Morial, you may speak.
Mr. Morial, this is the chair. I request to speak to the congregation.
I request to speak to the assembly.
You may, Mr. Morial.
As we're live streaming, if you're not called on, please don't yell things out just to keep order.
Thank you, Mr. Morial.
Assembly Bill 2223 deals with reproductive health.
Miss England, you may go.
Thank you. AB 2223 ensures that individuals cannot be criminally charged or civilly penalized for experiencing a miscarriage, stillbirth, or seeking or obtaining an abortion or perinatal abortion. It clarifies that these outcomes cannot be used as the basis for investigation or persecution. The bill also protects medical providers and those who assist pregnant individuals from being targeted under vague or misapplied laws. At its core, AB 2223 reinforces the principle that decisions around pregnancy and reproductive health are deeply personal and private and must imperatively be free from government interference or fear of legal consequences. This bill is a vital, forward-thinking proposal that centers the compassion, equity, and science in healthcare policy. By clearly separating reproductive health decisions from criminal law, this bill safeguards the dignity and rights of all pregnant people and ensures California remains a safe place for reproductive freedom. Support for AB 2223 is support for a future where healthcare is not criminalized and individuals are trusted and empowered to make decisions about their own body. This bill is the key for all pregnant individuals to unlock freedom of the future. Thank you.
Mr. Hagberg, you may go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. So, to my esteemed colleague, I do want to give some kudos to you. You are quite eloquent. You almost made me forget that this bill is literal child murder. Thank you very much. You're quite good at putting up a facade. But let's get into the real heart of what this bill means. When she says reproductive health, most people think about abortions. Now, I'm not going to argue, it's still a large debate on whether abortion is okay. Some believe it is, some believe it isn't. But this isn't an abortion. This is straight up murder. This bill basically says if a baby dies within the first 20 days of it being born, that the coroner cannot use the way it died to file any kind of murder case against it. Now, the point that she's trying to say is this is for oopsie, the baby died when it came out, and the doctor can't get accidentally charged with murder. But what this does mean is if a doctor leaves a baby in a box outside for 2 days and the baby dies because of that, they can't be charged with murder. She uses a lot of scientifical words and makes it sound all prim and proper to make you think, oh, this is for women. This is to make this country healthier and better. But when those children are born, as soon as they come out of the womb, they have the constitutional rights of an American. They are born American, and they have the rights to not be murdered by some doctor or mother who just doesn't want them, by some mother who said, I made a bad decision, I don't want this kid. That doesn't give them the right to just straight up murder them. I firmly oppose this bill, not just because I was given it to oppose it, but because it truly breaks my heart. Because this is a step above abortion. This is straight up child murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagberg. Mr. Lee, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with everything my esteemed colleague said, but I'll also like to present an actual case that happened in a clinic in California. We all live in California also. Just letting you guys know. Or we all are located in California, letting you guys know. Okay, so at a clinic, investigators found over 20 bodies or dead bodies of babies in a bucket in a storage or utility closet. And that's murder. Everybody has to agree on that. And they're all under 20 days or 20 days old. So this bill will basically say that any cases like that, over 20 dead bodies of babies in a storage closet, cannot be investigated and charged for murder because there are small cases where, oopsies, a baby dies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. You have time for a 30-second rebuttal, Miss England.
Okay, first I'd like to say that this prim and proper eloquent facade that Mr. Hagberg said that I had is actually medically accurate language and literature used by globally recognized, high, well-esteemed organizations. So maybe come back and talk to me and defend this bill once you realize that that is the truth. And second of all, Mr. Lee, the little heartfelt, sentimental thing you try to put out, that concerns a separate bill. That is not my bill. So that is just separate circumstances from what we're talking about, and that has nothing to do with my bill. Thank you.
The floor is now open to discussion. Ms. Sanchez, you may go.
I'd like to know if you have a doctor available to answer some questions, or you're a lawyer, but the only lawyer we have right now is her, so a doctor at least.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Point of information, I've gone through an EMT course. I'm a doctor.
Out of order. Would you like to respond, Ms. England?
No, I do not have one currently, but I can get one to talk with you if you'd like.
Thank you, Ms. England. Mr. Lee, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to mention the story I told is actually relevant to this bill because in cases there are, and there will be, cases like the one I mentioned before, this bill would actually prevent investigators to charge doctors who decide to put babies in a bucket inside a storage utility closet for over, or who knows how many days it was. So it's just baby murder. And those babies have rights. As soon as they come out of the womb, everybody agrees that they are American and they have the rights of an American, just like you and I. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Morial, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Morial. I'm very familiar with this bill. I've lobbied in Sacramento against it. This bill is why I became interested in politics at all. My sole reason for being here is because I hate this. Because I hate this bill. Because I hate things like this in legislature, that we even accept things like this, even considered. And I know this is like a game, but truly, we need to stop things like this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morial. Mr. Hagberg, you may go ahead.
I call the question.
Second.
We will now move to a vote to call into question. Everyone in favor, please stand up. Everyone opposed? Let's have it. Alright, we will now move to a vote to AB 2223.
Second.
Second. We will now move to a roll call vote. All in favor of AB Bill 2223. Please say aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Assemblyman Mr. Martinez, nay.
Assemblyman Chase Luna, 100% nay.
Assemblywoman Cummings, nay.
Nay.
Assemblyman E. Hagberg, nay.
Assemblywoman Stevens, nay.
Assemblyman Leslie, nay.
Assemblywoman Navarro, nay.
Assemblyman Seeley, nay. Nay.
Assemblywoman Morial, nay.
Assemblywoman Sanchez, nay.
Nay.
Assemblyman C. Lee, nay. Assemblyman Stewart, nay. Assemblyman Hasty, nay. Assemblyman Shaw, nay.
Assemblyman Martinson, I think it's chill, aye.
Assemblyman Saul, I think it's true. Assemblyman Zambrano, nay.
Nays have it, bill passed.
I appeal the decision of the chair.
Bill fails. I take it back. Bill fails. Mr. Hagberger, please come up here.
And then another point of personal privilege, and then you guys can get back, because I want to address what Mr. Moriel said. AB 223, and I believe my granddaughter argued that beautifully, and your rebuttals were great. And it's hard when you don't believe this stuff to argue about it. But what I want to say is that did happen. This bill, and the key to the bill is a word in it called perinatal. And it was a bill, we were able to get the bill amended to remove the word perinatal, which refers to afterbirth. And so anyway, there was quite a bit that went on. I will say Calvary Chapel Chino Hills got very engaged. We held a huge citizen lobby day and rally up in Sacramento. We had about 5 day, 6 day notice. Pastor Jack came up. We had all sorts of people at the Capitol. We organized citizens going in and lobbying. And while we did lose the bill, we were able to amend it and get perinatal out. I will also say for all of you that are listening and watching, we are getting ready and we will announce it in the next couple of days. And in coordination with other pro-family groups, we will be doing another citizen lobby day in Sacramento over the bill that allows anyone, me as your mentor this week, I can sign a piece of paper and I can have conservatorship over you and make medical decisions. You don't have to agree, your parents don't have to agree. So So that's a bill that we're going to be having a citizen lobby day on, and we'll be contacting you guys from City on the Hill if you want to come and be lobby leaders with the rest of the citizens in California.
Madam Lieutenant Governor, please read AB 159.
Assembly Bill 159 deals with investigational drugs, biological products, and devices. And if I may, Mr. Chair, may I take a moment of personal privilege? You guys make me super proud. As fighting the right to life issue every day, every last one of you, it was awesome. And the gentleman in the back, I understand why you voted. And Miss England, that's a hard thing to do. Thank you for doing it so well, because you were able to bring incredible discussion, and I am so proud of you guys.
Assemblywoman Moria.
I move to rescind Assembly Bill 385.
Second.
All those in favor in rescinding Bill 385, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay. Division.
All those in favor, please rise. Actually, this is all out of order because we tabled the bill, so we can't rescind it. So you're correct.
You just need to wait until this last bill gets done, Mr. Seeley's bill, and then you can make that same motion. But there was already a motion on the table.
Also, you would have to move to untable the bill, not to rescind the vote, because we never voted.
She didn't table it.
Yeah. It was tabled, not voted on. Okay, could we have Mr. Seeley in support of this bill, stand on my right, and Assemblyman Lee, and whoever the other one is on my left. Assemblyman Seeley, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Seeley. I'm here to support Assembly Bill number 159. First, I'll explain what it does. As per the Legislator's Digest, it says, and I quote, "This bill would permit a manufacturer of an investigational drug, biological product, or device to make the product available to eligible patients with an immediately life-threatening disease or condition as specified." Now, what this essentially means is that if someone is threatened with a life-threatening disease or condition, they are able to take investigational drugs or experimental drugs to hopefully mitigate this disease and save their life. Now, I am aware that experimental drugs are quite the controversy. However, I would like to point out that this person is going to die anyways, and this may be their only chance at living. Now, if it does fail, then the person does indeed perish. While unfortunate, the investigational drug, now that person's life can be used for the research to hopefully save other lives in the future. If we are not able to allow people this chance, we cannot promote medicine, and as medicine over thousands of years has been developed through trial and error. And yeah, that's all I have to say for that.
Assemblyman Tico Martinez, you may now proceed.
So basically what this bill does is it pumps a bunch of random dead people up with potentially poisonous chemicals, but it's for experimental purposes. The term investigational drugs means that it's under investigation for not being complete. Another thing this bill does is there's a bunch of phases that drugs have to go through, and if this one passes the first stage of all those tests and it passes some like minimum requirements, that means they could be heavily manufactured and sent all over, like sold. Now, I'm not sure how I feel about your entire, they're gonna die anyway, because my my Uncle Wang was diagnosed with cancer, and he's been fighting it for many months now. He just recently turned 50, and so far his recovery is looking good so far. There's a good positive outlook that he's going to live, but if that was a different disease and it was looking good for his recovery, which cancer is a life-threatening illness, how are we so sure that they're going to die 100% of the time? These chemicals could do way more harm than good. Thank you.
Assemblyman Lee, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to vouch for Mr. T. Martinez. He did mention about a Uncle Wong all week and talked about him, so he in fact does exist. So it's not one of those cases where we made up a Uncle Randy, Uncle Andy, and Aunt Andrea. Okay, let me continue. The bill also states that these drugs are not completed. We don't know the side effects of these drugs and medications, and we don't know what it's gonna do to the patients. And like my esteemed colleague, Mr. Seeley, has said, hopefully they'll get better. We cannot pass a law or pass a bill based on hope. It has to be based on scientific studies and stats. So this bill just doesn't make sense to begin with. And Mr. Seeley specifically mentioned that he read through the Reader's Digest. It's actually the Legislative Council's Digest, and it's not accurate 100% of the time. And in this case, there were certain cases where it was a little different from the actual bill. So I rest my case. Thank you.
Assemblyman Seeley, you have a 33.38 second rebuttal.
Why, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Seeley. Thank you, yes, Assemblyman Lee, for pointing out that I read from the Legislator's Digest. It is not always accurate. I only read from it for ease of time. I didn't want to have to read the entire bill. And as for both your arguments saying that in the case of your very real uncle, I'm glad that he has a positive outlook for his cancer. And that is why he has the option to decline these experimental drugs. These are completely optional. The candidates who are choosing, that would be able to choose this drug, they would be likely to die. So in the case of your uncle, he would be allowed to decline and continue to live his life. Thank you.
We will now open the floor to discussion. And I personally have a question for Assemblyman Seeley. Through myself to you, Mr. Seeley, can you give us an example of when this might apply?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Seeley, actually can. My grandma, Amy, she has a life-threatening condition. This life-threatening condition, you know, it's really hard for us, and if we are able to pass this bill, she might be able to take the drugs she needs to live. Now, does that answer your question? Assemblyman Hepburn?
Sure. The floor is still open to discussions as well. Assemblywoman Sanchez.
Through you to my colleague, what if someone's unconscious and they can't decide to choose if they want the medication that has not been tested? Who will decide for them, the doctors or?
Out of order. Okay, Mr. Seeley, you may see.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Seeley. I do not believe this bill specifies, and if they're unconscious, no one would make the decision. This is only a decision that the patient can make.
Assemblyman Lee.
Is it okay if I ask a two-part question?
Sure.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to my esteemed colleague, is this Grandma Amy on your mom's side or your dad's side? Then we can fact check them both, please.
Mr. Seeley, you may speak. Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Seeley. This Aunt Amy, Grandma Amy, obviously, is on my dad's side. I apologize for the misuse of words earlier. I'm just so emotional right now. You know.
You may proceed, Assemblyman Lee.
Okay, for my second part of my question, through you to Mr. Seeley, who happens to be Mr. Eli Seeley's father. Do you have a mom named Amy?
Yes, a stepmother named Amy.
That is out of order, not address you.
Oh, I
Mr.
finished my
Seeley.
question.
Oh yeah, you may
Yeah.
proceed.
And does she happen to be terminally ill? And would this bill apply to her?
Mr. Seeley, you may respond if you wish to. Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mr. Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Luna, I move to call the question.
Second.
Okay. All those who would like to, all those who would like to vote, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. Okay. The discussion will continue.
I move to call the decision of the chair. Or to adjourn the decision of the chair. Second.
Okay, we have a second. You didn't say it properly. That is out of order. You're out of order for talking. Assemblyman Leslie.
Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Leslie. Through you to my colleague, Eli Seeley. You said that in the case of Tico's, what was it, his grandfather?
Uncle.
His uncle. So he said in his uncle, because he was on the upswing and he was doing better, he would be allowed to not take the drugs. So in the case that his uncle was on the decline, he's basically, you're saying, forced to take the drugs.
Assemblyman Seeley, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Seeley, no, that is not at all what I meant. I meant that it is up to the discretion of the patient. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything else to say? No one? Really? No one? Okay, we're going to move on to a vote now. All those in favor of passing AB 159, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The nays? Oh my. Okay. All those in favor, please rise. Thank you. You may sit. All those in opposition, please rise. You don't have to take it, please rise. Yeah. The nays have it. The bill fails. Sorry. I will now pass the mic back over to our speaker.
Okay, Miss Moya.
I move to take off the table AB 385.
Second.
It is seconded. Now we'll vote on to whether untable. Which one number was it? 385. AB 385. All those who are in favor for untabling this bill, please rise. Those who oppose, please rise. The ayes have it. We're untabling it.
I appeal the decision. I appeal the decision.
We'll go directly to the vote on the bill. Those who are in favor of this bill, please rise. For context, it was the daylight saving bill.
You guys already won, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, that was
Out of order. Those who oppose, please rise. The nays have it. Bill fails. Is there anyone who has remarks from the floor before we adjourn this meeting? Yes, Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman Seeley. You are my fire.
Everybody!
I want it that way. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why it ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way.
Order. Order. Thank you. That was lovely. Yes, Mr. Moriel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Moriel, or Assemblyman Moriel. I move to vacate the chair.
Denied.
Second.
Meeting adjourned.
That was fun.
This is the best part of the COTH, just saying.
Everybody in your seats. I'm going to address you guys, and I would like to ask, actually, because they both, because I can, I'm going to call up two family members. I would like to see Assemblywoman England and Assemblyman Eli Seeley, who, by the way, it was one of my family members that just caused trouble. Anyway, so I need you all to listen up, and I need staff to get up and go outside, including Ian, because we're going to take us in. Do not try and pull that on a young student, vote short. We're going to do a staff picture so that then you guys can go. And so, Eli, you can go ahead and put the whir away for a little while. Staff picture outside. While that's happening, Shiloh, Brighton, you can go out there and come back. Well, after you do this one, when I leave, you can go get a picture because you did worship. Okay, so we're going to do a staff picture. We are then going to do, and we are then going to do a party picture. So those of you in the Patriot, those of you in the Constitutionalist, we're going to go out there and do a picture. While staff is taking a picture, you're going to do points. On this point sheet that these two are going to hand out have yesterday's points and today's points. So as they're passing these out, add up your constituency points. Yes. Assemblyman Luna, can you help take the staff photo? So add up your constituency reports. Then you need to fill out, you just look good, but you can go sit down. Yes, Assemblyman Moriel.
Would you like to take a picture too?
I will, I'll go out there. Oh, everybody wants a picture of me, so I'll make sure I'm out there.
Would you like to appoint somebody to hold the room?
No, but thank you for that offer. I think I know who you were thinking of to do a comedy routine in front of the team. But you need to be filling out your constituency, filling out your point sheet, and filling out the total for yesterday's points and the total today. So I've got a couple of points, and then I'm going to take questions. I need you guys to listen. Mrs. Clement, I need Mrs. Clement. Melissa, I need Melissa. She was not present, and she has some parliamentary procedure points to give out from the week, so she's going to announce those. If you hear your name and she tells you the number of points, fill it in. Okay, Mr. Joshua Lee, 4 points. Mr. O'Neill Lakou, 2 points. Mr. Luna, 1 point. Mr. Stewart, 1 point. Mr. Eli Hagberg, 1 point.
Yeah. Why did it say 2 here?
Assemblyman. Those, she has 2 to give out.
Thank you, Governor.
Yes.
Is the 4 points for both days or just yesterday, today?
No, that's all of my points, all at once.
Oh, all at once. Should I just write it one section?
Sure, but I want you in the picture, so just keep it going. No, but is it going? It is going. Okay, no, we're good, I guess. Assemblyman Morial, she's released, so.
Are you going to be in the picture?
Yeah, I am. I'm coming in just a minute. So the points for Thursday are where your parliamentary procedure points go. Turn it over, and the sheet has points for today. This is when I need your attention. Down where it says resolutions, this is a misprint. Cross out past and put 5. Just not that you're getting them, but that the sheet says 3. There's 5, and then oppose is 3. And here's what I'm going to tell you. If the bill you were carrying that you authored passed, you get 5 points. If you were able to kill the bill that you were supposed to kill, you get 3 points, and that you would get 3 points twice if you killed both bills. Assemblyman.
The bill or the resolution?
Bills. That's why I said yes.
What about resolutions?
We did resolutions, and we covered.
I wrote it yesterday because I didn't.
Okay, resolutions were on Thursday's sheet, the other side of the sheet, and you filled that out, and that's correct. If your resolution passed, it's 3. If you presented 1, it's 1. So okay, I need everyone to stay in their seats while I run out and staff takes a picture. Then I'm going to come back. We're going to release one set of you to take a picture out there, then the second set. And once your pictures are finished being taken, can I talk to the Korean Caucus for a moment? Thank you. We're going to need some gentlemen to help the Clements because they are leaving, and there's a lot of physical gear to get their car loaded up with, and their suitcases and all of that. So there was a question, Assemblywoman Sanchez and then Martinez, and then I'm going to pause and come back, but you're going to sit in your chairs.
So resolutions for Thursday we got, but for resolution on the Friday, would it be the bills that we did?
It's the bills, yeah, that's what I just said. So the bill, if you passed your bill, it's 5 points. If you killed your bills, it's 3 points. So if you killed both of your bills, it'll be 3 points. Assemblyman Martinez.
Speaker, for multiple people who became speaker, you get those 7 points.
No, a speaker pro tem is not the speaker. And you only hold the leadership points that you have at the end of the day. So if anything changed when you guys were caucusing, or whips changed, or anything like that, it's only points for the end of the day. A speaker pro tem is never the speaker. They just get to come up in lieu of the speaker. Assemblyman Hagberg, and then the rest of the questions will have to wait till the staff picture.
Can I use the bathroom? Please, you should stay in our seats.
Are you going to wash your hands when you're done?
I promise.
Okay, thank you. You may get up. And I'm sorry, one more question from the other Hagberg. Okay, you can talk amongst yourselves, but I don't want you out of your seats. So just give us a few minutes and then we'll do the student picture. Hold on to your point sheets. We'll collect them when we get back. And remember the cameras, you look like you're standing up talking, so camera's still on. Don't say anything bad about me.
brother. I grew up down.
Jade is the best.
You know what really did it, Coach? Lady next to me just saying, go. Do it, just go. You know, she said, emotions go, right? But then she was all like, do it.
Okay, I need the Patriots to stand up. That's if you're in the Patriot Party at the end of the conference, and to go outside. And we're going to get a Patriot picture. And we're not going to collect points till all the pictures are done. So just, sorry, I know it's been a really long day. I need to look at it. Yeah, yes, we actually, message can go up. We can close down media. Oh. Thank you, everybody, for joining us and watching these amazing kids at City on the Hill. You can visit us at cityonthehill.org. This is an incredibly expensive program to put on. You can see what our staff does and how we invest in the students. And so I want to encourage you to give a tax-deductible donation. But I really want to encourage you to spread the word about this conference where we are raising godly leaders to engage in public policy. Thank you for watching. All right, Patriots over there.